What if the shadows lurking in the corners of your home whispered secrets of your darkest desires and deepest fears? In the flickering candlelight of a moonless night, where the veil between worlds thins, the ancient Greeks trembled at the mention of one name, Hecate. More than a mere goddess, she was the keeper of the thresholds, the harbinger of magic, and a figure wrapped in ominous allure. Fear coursed through the hearts of those who dared to invoke her. In a society that revered the gods yet shunned the unknown, how did Hecate become a symbol of both power and dread? With every full moon, the midnight sky transformed into an abyss of possibilities. Hecate, crowned with a hood of night, held sway at the crossroads, where choices hung heavy in the air. Her three faces gazed upon the world, one reflecting the radiant power of life, the other shrouded in death's cold embrace, and the last caught between the two, a reminder of the fragility of existence. Villagers spoke in hushed tones, convinced that her gaze could pierce the very fabric of their souls, revealing the hidden truths they dared not confront. What price would one pay for the knowledge she offered? In the dark corners of the Athenian streets, whispers of her rituals echoed, tales of lost souls and forbidden magic sending shivers down spines. With each flick of her hand, spells could weave the fates of mortals, twisting destinies like branches in the wind. Yet the ancient Greeks, steeped in their customs and beliefs, knew better than to court a goddess whose gifts came with a perilous cost. The night Hecate was invoked, strange happenings erupted. Crops withered, children fell ill, and shadows grew restless. Was it mere coincidence, or was she heralding an unseen reckoning? As the seasons turned, uneasy omens flooded the land. A chilling wind swept through the olive groves, and the sound of distant howling filled the silence, a reminder that Hecate's dominion extended beyond the mortal realm. Fears of betrayal loomed large. What if she chose to favor your enemy? What if the very magic you sought to harness spiraled into chaos? The balance of power hung delicately on a thread, and with each choice made at the crossroads, the weight of uncertainty pressed down. Families lit candles in her honor, desperate to ward off her ire while simultaneously seeking her guidance. Yet, in their rituals, did they unknowingly beckon the darkness closer? In a world where gods walked among them, where fate was not just a concept but a living entity, the Greeks found themselves trapped in a web spun by Hecate's enigmatic hands. As the tension escalated with every whispered prayer and sacrificial offering, the question lingered. Could they ever truly escape the grip of the goddess whose magic intertwined with the very essence of their lives? Fear and reverence merged, tightening like a noose around their hearts. As the inevitability of their fate loomed ever closer, shrouded in mystery and shadow. In the shadows of ancient Greece, where the moonlight wove silvery threads through the dense forests, a figure emerged, powerful and enigmatic. Hecate, the goddess of magic and the night, stood at the crossroads of the known and the unknown, her presence sending chills down the spines of mortals and gods alike. Her essence was woven into the very fabric of the universe, a stark reminder that darkness holds secrets and that light often flickers in the most unexpected places. Whispers of her name echoed through the ages, as if the very air trembled at her power. Hecate's origins are steeped in mystery, like the fog that blankets the earth at twilight. Born to the Titans Perses and Asteria, she emerged not just as a deity, but as a force of nature itself. Perses, the embodiment of destruction, and Asteria, the shimmering star, combined their natures to create a goddess who danced between the realms of life and death, light and dark. She was not merely a goddess of witchcraft, but the keeper of ancient knowledge, the guardian of thresholds that mortals dared not cross. As the stories of her began to spread, the Greeks painted her with a brush of reverence and fear. She was often depicted holding a torch, illuminating the paths of those who dared seek her wisdom, while casting shadows that warned of the dangers lurking beyond the veil of reality. Many would call upon her in desperate times, seeking guidance or the secrets of the night. It was said that she moved with the silent grace of a cat, her intentions cloaked in a veil of secrecy, a true enigma that kept even the bravest souls on edge. In the ancient world, Hecate was worshipped at the crossroads, places of transition and uncertainty. Each fork in the road whispered her name, as travelers paused to honor her, leaving offerings of bread and honey, hoping to earn her favor. These rituals were not mere superstitions. They were pleas to the goddess who held the keys to the unknown, who could make or break destinies with a flick of her wrist. The crossroads became sacred spaces, charged with energy, where the veil between the worlds thinned and the air crackled with anticipation. Her image evolved through the ages, embodying various aspects of existence. As the goddess of magic, she became synonymous with witchcraft and sorcery. Women, often marginalized and feared for their knowledge, found solace in her shadow. They whispered her name as they gathered herbs under the moonlight, creating potions that could heal or harm. In their eyes, Hecate was a fierce protector, a mentor who embraced the misunderstood and the outcasts. The flicker of a candle flame on a dark night was like the glow of her spirit, guiding them through the uncertainties of life. Yet, her connection to the underworld painted her in darker hues. Hecate was a guide for the souls of the departed, leading them through the labyrinth of death. Her three faces, often depicted in ancient art, reflected this duality, one looking to the past, another to the present, and the last to the future. Each gaze held a story, a warning, an opportunity. The three-headed goddess embodied the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, reminding all that endings were but new beginnings. In the depths of the night, her voice was a whisper on the wind, a reminder of the balance between creation and destruction. As she roamed the earth with her spectral dogs, symbols of loyalty and protection, her influence seeped into the hearts of those who dared to dream of magic. The howl of the dogs would send shivers down the spines of those who dared venture too far into the night, a chilling reminder of the power she wielded over both the living and the dead. Hecate was not without her adversaries. As the Olympian gods rose to power, forging a pantheon that sought to control and categorize divine influences, her role began to shift. She, who had once held dominion over all magical realms, found herself sidelined in the myths. Zeus and his kin often dismissed her, yet they could never fully erase her from the tapestry of myth. Instead, she lingered in the shadows, a ghostly figure reminding them that true power lies in the mysteries of the night, far beyond their grasp. Yet this was not the end for her. Through the ancient mysteries of Eleusis, Hecate remained a vital figure in the rituals surrounding death and rebirth. Those who participated felt her presence as they moved through the sacred rites, blending life with the afterlife, honoring the cycles that governed their existence. Her spirit shone brightly in the faces of those seeking understanding, illuminating the darkness with a fierce light that could not be snuffed out. In the throes of the Roman Empire, her influence spread even further as she took on new identities and forms. She became known as Trivia, the goddess of the crossroads, her image mingling with other deities, yet her essence remained untamed. Hecate's adaptability was a testament to her enduring power. She survived the tides of time, carving a niche in the hearts of those who had yet to understand her depth. Stirring in the hearts of the people, stories of her continued to thrive. Hecate was invoked in secret, her rituals passed down through generations, a tapestry of hope and fear interwoven into the very fabric of human nature. Her legends grew, intertwined with the lives of those who sought her wisdom, each tale a thread that connected the past to the present. She became a symbol of empowerment, resilience, and the eternal struggle between light and dark, a struggle that every individual faces in their own journey. As night fell upon ancient landscapes, Hecate stood at the threshold. her presence a reminder of the mysteries that awaited. The shadows of the past mingled with the flickering light of the present, creating a dance that was both thrilling and terrifying. Humanity, in its quest for understanding, continued to seek her out, knowing that in darkness there is always a glimmer of hope. And so the story of Hecate unfolded, a tale laden with emotion, filled with the tension of life, death, and everything in between, drawing every soul deeper into the mysteries she commanded. In a shadowed grove, lit only by the silver light of the moon, whispers of ancient magic hung in the air like the scent of wild jasmine. It was here that Hecate, once a titaness of immeasurable power, began her transformation. Walking the fine line between darkness and light, her presence was palpable, a force that stirred the leaves and sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to tread near. As a titaness, she was born into the chaos of the cosmos, molded from the essence of primordial night. She belonged to a time before the Olympians claimed their thrones, a time when the earth pulsed with raw, untamed energy. Hecate's story is woven into the fabric of Greek mythology, but it is her evolution that enchants the imagination. The Titans, her kin, were grand beings of strength, but with power came conflict. As Zeus rose to power, the Titans fell from grace, their fates sealed in the great battle of the Titans and the Olympians. While many of her siblings were cast into the abyss, Hecate, with her deep connection to the underworld and the arcane, emerged not just unscathed, but empowered. She wandered through the realms of night, a solitary figure shrouded in mystery, her heart resonating with the forgotten whispers of those lost to time. As the stories of the Olympians grew, so too did the fear and reverence for Hecate. She became a liminal figure, residing at the crossroads of life and death, light and darkness. People would leave offerings at her altars, seeking her guidance in moments of despair. "Grant us safety in the shadows," they'd plead, for the world was a dangerous place, riddled with uncertainties. Hecate listened, her heart swelling with a blend of compassion and sorrow. She understood their fears intimately. After all, she was a guardian of those who walked the paths of uncertainty. In the flickering glow of oil lamps, the people told tales of her three faces, each representing a facet of her divine nature. One face looked to the past, filled with the wisdom of ages. Another peered into the present, sharp and observant. The last stared into the future, filled with ominous portent. This triad was not just an outward manifestation of her power, but a representation of the constant cycle of life, death, and rebirth, a dance as old as time itself. In the depths of the night, when the winds howled and the darkness felt endless, those who sought her guidance sometimes caught a glimpse of her true form. She would appear cloaked in shadows, her eyes aglow with a fierce, otherworldly light. As she walked, the very earth trembled and the air crackled with magic. It was said that she could call upon the phantoms of the past, summoning lost souls to reveal their secrets to the living. The boundaries between the worlds blurred, and the living could feel the weight of the unseen, the cold breath of the unknown. People began to realize that Hecate was not just a titaness cast aside. She was a bridge between realms, a keeper of knowledge that transcended the mortal experience. As her legend grew, her role shifted from a mere figure of fear to one of empowerment. Women in particular found solace in her embrace, invoking her name in rituals of strength and protection. She became a symbol of independence and resilience, a divine matron for those who stood against the tides of a male-dominated society. In the flickering candlelight of sacred spaces, women gathered to honor her, their voices rising in unison, weaving spells of protection and healing. Hecate's influence seeped into their world, igniting a fire within them that refused to be extinguished. They called her name in reverence, carving symbols of her presence into their hearts, seeking her strength in moments of despair. The goddess who had once been banished to the shadows now stood proudly, a luminary in the firmament of their lives. Yet, The tides of time brought change, and the stories of Hecate began to transform once again. As new philosophies emerged and the world around them shifted, Hecate's once unyielding power was often overshadowed by the new gods of Olympus. She danced in the margins, her once terrifying visage softening into one of wisdom and guidance. No longer merely a goddess of witchcraft and the dark arts, she became a protector of the lost, a beacon for those navigating the murky waters of existence. As the night deepened, she was often seen at crossroads, clutching a torch that illuminated the way for those lost in the dark. Her light was inviting, beckoning the weary traveler to approach. With each step, the air thickened with ancient energy, and the very fabric of reality seemed to shimmer. Hecate, now a full-fledged goddess, brought comfort to those who sought her aid, whispering words of encouragement and insight that wrapped around their hearts like a warm embrace. The stories of Hecate spread beyond the boundaries of Greece, influencing cultures and beliefs far and wide. In some places, she was revered as a moon goddess, while in others she became synonymous with magic and mystery. Yet her core essence remained unchanged, a goddess of the liminal spaces, guiding souls through the twilight, helping them find their way in a world that could be both beautiful and terrifying. And so, the enchanting tale of Hecate's evolution flowed onward. Her legacy intertwined with the hearts of those who believed. The night carried her name on its breath, an eternal echo of reverence and fear, strength and vulnerability. As the stars twinkled like diamonds in the vast expanse of the sky, the world continued to spin, and the shadows danced with her presence, a promise that the story of Hecate was far from over, and the depths of her power were yet to be fully revealed. The moon hung high in the ink-black sky, a silver coin tossed into the vastness of night. Shadows stretched and twisted like living things, whispering secrets in the rustling leaves. In this world, painted by darkness, there was a name that echoed with power and mystery. Hecate, a figure draped in the allure of shadows. She wandered the unlit paths where few dared to tread, a guardian of boundaries and thresholds, knowing well the secrets hidden in the folds of night. Hecate was not merely a goddess, she was an embodiment of the shadows that dance at the edge of our vision, and the magic that thrums beneath the surface of reality. To invoke her name was to call upon the forces that shape the unseen, the potent enchantments that lingered in corners and crevices. The ancients understood this power, offering her gifts in the still of the night: honey, garlic, and the blood of sacrifices, binding their souls to her in a pact of fear and respect. For in the realm of night, she ruled supreme, commanding respect from both the living and the spirits of the departed. Her association with magic was as old as time itself, woven into the fabric of human existence. Hecate was a sorceress, a weaver of spells and enchantments, capable of bending the fabric of reality. The flickering flames of her torches illuminated the dark recesses of the mind, revealing truths that lay buried in fear. Those who sought her guidance did so with hearts pounding, knowing that the knowledge she wielded could bring both light and shadow. She was the keeper of arcane wisdom, teaching those brave enough to approach her the ancient arts of divination and transformation. In the stillness of the night, when the air crackled with tension, Hecate manifested through the eeriness of the moonlit landscape. As owls hooted their somber songs and the wind whispered secrets through the trees, she walked among mortals, cloaked in mystery. Her presence was felt in the damp, heavy air and the chill that raced down the spine. Those attuned to her magic knew that she was watching, always watching, her three faces gazing in different directions as if to oversee the worlds of the living, the dead, and the unknown. Hecate's connection to the underworld was profound, her role as a guide for souls crossing over marking her as a figure of both dread and respect. The pathway to the afterlife was fraught with dangers, and it was Hecate who lit the way with her flickering torches, leading lost souls through the shadows and into the embrace of the afterworld. She understood the delicate balance between life and death, and her presence brought solace to those who feared the great unknown. To many, she was the comforting hand in the darkness, the voice that assured them that they would not travel alone. In ancient Greece, worship of Hecate was intertwined with the practices of witchcraft and the mysteries of the night. Her followers believed that through her they could harness the forces of nature itself. Chants and rituals echoing around sacred fire pits filled the night air, invoking her name with reverence and awe. As herbs burned and potions simmered, the boundaries between reality and the magical realm blurred, creating a space where dreams mingled with the waking world. Hecate was not just a goddess. She was a force of nature, a powerful reminder of how the darkness could be both a refuge and a terror. But it was not just mortals who trembled before her. Even the spirits of the underworld respected her power, for she could summon them at will. Hades himself acknowledged her role, allowing her to roam freely in his domain. She was a queen among shadows, a figure feared by those who dwelt in darkness. Tales of her encounters with restless spirits and vengeful shades filled the air, whispered in hushed tones around flickering campfires where the flames cast long shadows that danced like her very essence. Legends swirled around her, each tale adding another layer of complexity to her being. One story spoke of a time when she encountered the wandering soul of a wronged lover, lost and consumed by rage. With a flick of her finger and a murmur of an incantation, she transformed grief into vengeance, turning the lover into a wraith, forever haunting the one who had betrayed them. In that moment, the line between love and hate blurred, and Hecate reveled in the power she wielded, embodying both benevolence and vengeance. As night deepened, her presence felt more palpable, a shiver creeping down the spines of those who dared to invoke her name. The very fabric of reality seemed to pulse with energy, and the air crackled with magic. In the corners of darkened rooms, where flickering candles cast elongated shadows, her essence lingered. Those who sought her favor knew the importance of the right offerings, knowing that to neglect her would invite misfortune and despair. For Hecate was not merely a goddess, she was the keeper of secrets, the guardian of the night, and the bridge between realms. Her associations with magic and the underworld were woven into the lives of those who dared to explore the mysteries of existence. The fear and reverence she inspired rippled through time, enchanting those who sought to harness her power. As the night deepened and the moon reached its zenith, a sense of anticipation filled the air. The boundaries of the known began to dissolve, giving way to the embrace of the unknown. The very essence of magic crackled like static electricity, urging the brave and the foolish into the shadows where Hecate reigned supreme. The air shimmered with her presence, and the night felt alive, vibrating with the promises of what lay just beyond the veil. The stage was set for the next act of her eternal dance with the cosmos, and the spectators could only hold their breath, entranced by the unfolding mystery. A chill danced through the air as dusk settled over the ancient city of Athens. Shadows lengthened, twisting like whispers in the twilight, while the scent of damp earth and blooming wildflowers mingled in an intoxicating embrace. The streets were mostly empty. But at the crossroads, a figure lingered, cloaked in midnight. Hecate stood there, her presence a reminder of the unknown, her essence woven into the very fabric of fate. A key dangled from her hand, glinting in the fading light, a symbol of her dominion over the unseen and the undiscovered. Every element of Hecate's imagery served a purpose, a story waiting to be told. The keys she wielded were not just ordinary objects. They represented access to hidden realms, the unlocking of mysteries that lay beyond the veil of what was known. Legends told of how she granted passage to the spirit world, where souls wandered in search of solace. It was said that those who sought her guidance at the crossroads found themselves at the mercy of a choice: turn left and embrace the light, turn right and succumb to the darkness. The air crackled with tension, each path littered with the weight of decisions that could alter destinies. But it wasn't just the keys that held sway over the hearts of mortals. Hecate was often accompanied by dogs, those loyal guardians of the night. Their eyes glowed like embers, reflecting the struggles of wandering souls. In ancient Greece, the howls of dogs were viewed as omens, foretelling what lurked beyond the mortal realm. They were believed to guide the departed and protect the living from unseen threats. Hecate's dogs were more than mere companions. They were her vigilant sentinels, ensuring that the balance between the worlds remained intact. As the shadows thickened, a young woman named Eleni approached the crossroads. Her heart raced, fear and anticipation mingling in her chest. She had heard the tales of Hecate all her life, stories whispered around campfires, shared in hushed tones. They spoke of her power, of how she could grant wishes or bring forth unimaginable terror. She came seeking clarity, a resolution to the chaos that enveloped her life. Looking into Hecate's piercing gaze felt like staring into an abyss, and yet she was drawn to that darkened well of possibility. Eleni trembled as she clutched a small token, a silver amulet gifted to her by her grandmother. It was said to offer protection while seeking Hecate's wisdom. The crossroads buzzed with energy, the air thick with an electric tension, and she could almost hear the distant echoes of those who had stood where she stood, grappling with the same choices. Would she find her way, or would the shadows swallow her whole? Suddenly, the dogs at Hecate's feet began to growl, their voices low and warning. The sound sent shivers down Eleni's spine, a reminder of the thin line between light and dark. Hecate raised a hand, silencing the beasts, her eyes narrowing as she focused on the young woman before her. With a voice that resonated like thunder, she beckoned Eleni closer. "What do you seek at this hour?" Hecate asked. Her tone both commanding and inviting. Eleni swallowed hard, her heart pounding in her chest. "I wish to know my future," she whispered, barely able to meet Hecate's gaze. "I want to find my path." Hecate studied her, the weight of eons heavy in her presence. "The future is not written in stone, child. It is a tapestry woven from choices, each thread colored by your desires and fears. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you seek?" The crossroads quivered, the ground beneath Eleni's feet pulsating with an ancient energy. Her mind raced with possibilities, each path diverging into a maze of fate. She thought of her family, her dreams, the love she longed for, and the heartaches that haunted her. What if the choice she made led to ruin? The thought twisted her stomach, but she knew she could not turn back now. Hecate extended the key toward Eleni, the metal cold and heavy in her palm. "This will open the door to your fate. Choose wisely, for the road ahead is fraught with peril as much as it is with promise." The dogs circled around her, their growls shifting to protective barks, sensing the uncertainty that lingered in the air. Eleni's heart raced as she felt the pull between paths, each one a storm of potential. The left path whispered of security and comfort, while the right sang of passion and risk, a siren's call that promised adventure but shadowed her in doubt. "Fear holds you captive." Hecate's voice broke through her thoughts, steady and unwavering. "Face it, and you will find your strength. The crossroads offer no easy answers, only the courage to confront the unknown." The air shimmered with tension as Eleni closed her eyes, allowing the weight of decision to settle upon her. The dogs sat at her feet, their presence a reminder that she was not alone. With a deep breath, she looked at Hecate, her eyes shining with determination. "I choose to embrace the unknown," she declared, her voice firm. "I will not let fear decide my fate." Hecate's lips curled into a knowing smile, a flicker of approval dancing in her gaze. The winds around them howled, the crossroads alive with the energy of the universe. With a swift motion, Hecate gestured toward the chosen path, and the dogs barked in approval, a chorus of ancient loyalty. As Eleni stepped forward, the shadows swirled around her, a tempest of emotion and anticipation. She had made her choice, but the air still crackled with uncertainty, a reminder that the journey had only just begun. Hecate watched, a figure cloaked in mystery and power, ready to guide or hinder, depending on the choices that lay ahead. The crossroads remained alive, a vibrant force where destinies collided, and the path into the unknown beckoned with open arms. In the flickering shadows of an ancient Greek night, when the air was thick with the scent of burning olive oil and the whispers of long-gone heroes, a figure emerged from the darkness. Hecate, with her three faces turned in different directions, stood at the crossroads, her presence both haunting and mesmerizing. The moonlight caught the glimmer of her eyes, revealing a depth of knowledge that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to behold her. She was not merely a goddess, but a symbol of the unknown, a bridge between the seen and unseen, a guardian of secrets that lay buried in the earth and the twilight. Homer's verses, shrouded in the mists of time, weave a tapestry where Hecate's essence pulsates with life. She was not a mere footnote in the grand narrative of gods and mortals, but a powerful entity whose influence rippled through the lives of many. In the Homeric hymns, she was invoked with reverence, her name a kind of magic itself. Those who spoke it did so with a mix of awe and fear, for to summon her was to invite the mysteries of the cosmos into one's very being. With each line, Homer painted her as a goddess who walked the line between light and darkness, a creature of the night whose gifts were both blessing and curse. The farmers whispered her name when the harvest was bountiful, hoping for her favor, and the lost souls called upon her when despair clouded their hearts, seeking guidance among the shadows. In the ancient world, her power was palpable. She was the patron of witches and sorcery, the protector of the threshold, those dark places where the mortal realm brushed against the divine. Hecate's early depictions in Homeric literature were rich with the turbulence of human emotion. She symbolized the complex relationship between life and death, love and loss. When she appeared in the Homeric hymns, her presence was marked by a swirling fog, a shiver in the air, as if the world paused to acknowledge the power she held. The lines spoke of her roaming the earth under the cloak of night, accompanied by howling dogs, a sound that would chill the bravest of hearts. This imagery echoed the fears and superstitions of the age, reflecting a deep-seated belief in the unseen forces that shaped their lives. The goddess stood at the threshold of homes, her image carved into door frames, a protective charm against malevolent spirits. Yet there was an unsettling duality to her nature. In one breath, she offered solace to the troubled. In the next, she commanded respect through her connection with the darker corners of existence. Her association with the underworld was not merely a mark of fear, but an acknowledgement of the cycle of life. To honor her was to recognize that death was an integral part of the journey, not its end. Such notions stirred the hearts of the people, igniting a sense of reverence that was palpable in the air. The tales of Hecate's interventions were woven into the fabric of Homeric epics, where she played a pivotal role in guiding heroes through treacherous paths. In the shadows of great battles, warriors would silently pray to her, seeking the strength to face their fears. The gods themselves acknowledged her power, for she was a shadow among them, a reminder that even in the divine realm, darkness lurked, waiting patiently to be heeded. In one particularly stirring tale, she intervened in the life of the ill-fated hero Odysseus. As he faced the seductive call of Circe, it was Hecate who offered him wisdom, a whisper on the wind that guided him through the perilous enchantments. The tension in the air was thick, a moment where every heartbeat echoed the stakes of the journey ahead. Who could fathom the depths of her gifts? Who could truly understand the sacrifices she demanded? To tread too lightly around her was to court disaster. To embrace her was to embrace the full spectrum of existence, with all its beauty and its grief. Throughout Homeric literature, Hecate's figure was not simply one of darkness, it was also a beacon for those lost in the labyrinth of life. She stood at the crossroads, a silent witness to the decisions that shaped destinies. Her essence, as Homer described, hung in the air like a thick mist, enveloping the lost, the seeking, the broken-hearted. Her powerful presence resonated with those who longed for guidance, drawing them closer to her enigmatic embrace. The stories passed down through generations painted her as a protector and a destroyer, a goddess who understood the depth of human emotion. She was there in moments of desperation, when the stakes were highest and hope seemed lost, revealing herself as a light in the darkness. Her influence seeped into the very soil of ancient Greece, where rituals and ceremonies were held in her name, invoking her powers through offerings of honey and cakes as the flickering flames of candles cast ghostly shadows around them. Yet, even in the reverence accorded to her, there lingered an undercurrent of fear. Hecate was a reminder of the fragility of life, a goddess who governed the boundaries of existence. The air grew heavy with unsaid words as the people contemplated the cost of invoking her name. Would she be a guiding light or a harbinger of doom? Each encounter with her in the Homeric texts unfolded like a beautifully crafted tapestry, rich with the complexities of the human experience. The shadows began to deepen as tales of Hecate wove seamlessly into the lives of those who sought her favor. As the moon rose higher, her stories intertwined with the fate of mortals and gods alike, creating a web of tension and emotion that captivated all who listened. In the stillness of the night, the very essence of Hecate lingered, an echo of timeless wisdom and the haunting realization that the line between light and darkness is often more fragile than it appears. Each moment spent in her presence brought the promise of transformation, a tantalizing glimpse into the mysteries that awaited just beyond the veil. In the hushed whispers of twilight, when shadows stretch like fingers across the earth, the air thickens with magic, and the name Hecate echoes through the night. A goddess cloaked in mystery, she stands at the crossroads of the known and the unknown, her presence both haunting and alluring. This is where Hesiod introduces her in Theogony, a tapestry woven of gods and the very fabric of existence, where each thread tells a story of power, creation, and dark enchantment. Hecate emerges like a flickering flame in a moonless night, a figure of profound significance. She is not merely a goddess of witchcraft or the underworld, but a potent symbol of the forces that govern life, death, and the secrets that dwell in between. Born of the ancient lineage of Titans, her mother is Asteria, a starry entity, and her father is the Titan Perses. Hecate's bloodline is steeped in cosmic power. From the very start, she is positioned uniquely, standing apart yet intertwined with the divine. As Hesiod recounts the lineage of the gods, Hecate's entrance sends shivers down the spine. Here is a goddess who transcends the ordinary bounds of the divine pantheon. She is gifted by both Gaia and Uranus, the earth and the sky, with the ability to see the past, present, and future. This extraordinary power reveals her as a figure of authority and insight, granting her a status that few can rival. The gifts bestowed upon her are not merely tokens. They are keys that unlock realms of mystery, inviting her followers, and even the gods themselves, to seek her counsel in times of need. The power of choice rests heavily on Hecate's shoulders. Where mortals flounder in uncertainty, she stands resolute, her presence a lighthouse in the fog. As Hesiod writes, she is the goddess who can grant blessings or unleash curses. This duality, the light and the shadow, plays out in her very essence. Should one tread too close to the edge of darkness, seeking her aid with ulterior motives, they may find themselves ensnared in a web of their own making. Such is the nature of Hecate, a reflectively haunting figure whose allure is as intoxicating as it is dangerous. There are those who seek her aid in the dead of night, fumbling for answers in the dark. Hecate, described as one who patrols the night, becomes their guide, leading those who dare to confront their fears. With her threefold aspect, maiden, mother, and crone, she embodies the life cycle itself, nurturing the seeds of potential while also representing the inevitable decline that follows. The rhythm of her existence dances between creation and destruction, reverberating through the hearts of all who dare to invoke her name. But it is not only mortals who approach Hecate. The gods, too, find themselves drawn to her enigmatic presence. Even the mighty Zeus acknowledges her power, granting her a place among the celestial beings. In Hesiod's narrative, she is not relegated to the sidelines. Instead, she stands at the forefront, a testament to the respect she commands. The other gods, despite their own might, recognize that her wisdom is unmatched and her knowledge is vast. They turn to her when they seek counsel. For Hecate's understanding of the threads that weave together fate is unparalleled. Her connection to the underworld adds a layer of depth that is both chilling and compelling. Hecate is the keeper of the threshold, the one who can navigate the dark corridors of the afterlife. With her torches illuminating the way, she guides souls to their final resting places, making her a pivotal figure in the journey of the departed. As Hesiod unfolds her role, one can almost hear the soft rustle of the leaves, the faint echoes of whispered prayers, and the rustling of spirits seeking her guidance. The air thickens with a tangible sense of fate as mortals plead for her intervention, hoping to curry favor and find solace in her dark embrace. Yet, beneath the surface of Hecate's power lies an undercurrent of vulnerability. The goddess, revered and feared, often walks a lonely path. Her gifts, while sought after, can isolate her from those who misunderstand her nature. In a world where light is cherished and darkness is shunned, she stands as a paradox, beautiful yet fearsome, wise yet misunderstood. Those who wander too close to her realm may find themselves overwhelmed, caught in a maelstrom of emotions and consequences. As the moon rises high in the sky, casting silvery light upon the land, Hecate remains vigilant, her presence a constant reminder of the balance between light and dark. The stories of her encounters ripple through time, whispered among those who know to respect her. Hesiod's verses paint her not just as a goddess, but as a living embodiment of the struggles of existence, the push and pull of desires, the longing for enlightenment, and the inevitable embrace of shadows. Every corner of her domain is steeped in stories, each a tantalizing thread that invites further exploration. The rituals dedicated to her in ancient times, filled with offerings and prayers, speak of a deep yearning for knowledge and a connection to the divine. The flickering of candles in the dark, the scent of herbs, and the echo of incantations all converge to form a tapestry of devotion aimed at appeasing a goddess who walks the line between fear and fascination. In Hesiod's portrayal, Hecate is not just a figure of the past. She pulses with life, her essence echoing through every choice made in the depths of night, every ritual whispered in secret. The lingering tension between her gifts and the responsibilities they entail keeps all who encounter her on edge, a reminder that power comes with both light and shadow. As the night deepens and the winds carry secrets across the land, one can sense that Hecate's influence is as potent now as it was in Hesiod's time, a timeless force that beckons the curious, the courageous, and the desperate. The firelight dances, shadows flicker, and the name Hecate, a whisper of power, a sigh of longing, lingers in the air. And as the night unfolds, the stories of her enchanting presence continue to weave through the fabric of existence, an endless loop of desire, fear, and the quest for understanding, drawing all who dare to tread the path of the unknown ever deeper. The moon hung low in the sky, a silver coin casting its eerie glow over the ancient grove. Shadows danced as the wind whispered secrets through the trees, but the air was thick with something far more potent than mere nature. A circle of stones stood sentinel, their rough surfaces worn smooth by the passage of time and the countless hands that had brushed against them, evoking the spirits of old. This was a sacred space, one where the veil between worlds thinned, inviting the curious and the desperate alike to partake in the mysterious rituals dedicated to Hecate, the enigmatic goddess of magic, witchcraft, and the night. In the flickering light of torches, a gathering of hooded figures kneeled in reverence, their faces obscured, their identities hidden. They chanted softly, a melodic incantation that echoed the heartbeat of the earth around them. Each word was like a thread, weaving together the desires of the living and the whispers of the dead. Hecate's presence lingered here, palpable and electric, a guardian of secrets who thrived in the shadows cast by flickering flames. Among them was a young woman named Lyra, a neophyte drawn by the promise of wisdom and power. Her heart raced as she listened to the rhythmic pulsations of the chant. She could feel the energy swirling around her, wrapping her in an embrace both comforting and terrifying. Was this what it meant to connect with the divine? To stand on the precipice of understanding, teetering between fear and exhilaration? As the ritual progressed, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. A figure, robed in black, approached the center of the circle, a priestess adorned with symbols of Hecate, a crescent moon pendant hanging low against her chest, a dagger gleaming ominously at her side. Her voice rose above the others, clear and commanding, weaving a narrative of ancient traditions. She spoke of the crossroads, a place where choices were made and paths diverged, and how Hecate presided over these moments of decision, guiding souls through the dark. The priestess raised her arms and the chanting swelled, echoing through the trees. They were calling upon Hecate, offering tributes of honey, bread, and herbs, gifts to beckon her favor. Lyra could feel the weight of their intentions, the desperate hopes wrapped in each offering. With every word, she could taste the sweetness of possibility. Eyes closed, she envisioned herself standing at a crossroads, the goddess beside her, illuminating the unknown paths that awaited. But with the sweetness came a bitter edge. The air chilled, a reminder that Hecate was not just a goddess of light but also a keeper of the dark. As the priestess invoked the spirits, the torches flickered wildly, casting long, haunting shadows. The atmosphere shifted, and Lyra's heart raced as she realized that not all who came here sought knowledge for noble reasons. Some were drawn by vengeance, a thirst for power that twisted their intentions into something sinister. The priestess beckoned the spirits of the deceased, those who had once walked the earth but now hovered on the fringes of existence. With a voice that dripped with authority, she called upon the names of the lost, her words seeping like poison into the air. Lyra felt a chill run down her spine as she sensed the weight of unseen eyes watching, their presence both terrifying and alluring. What had she stepped into? Then came the moment of reckoning. The priestess reached for the dagger, its blade glinting ominously in the torchlight. A collective breath was held as she sliced through the air, tracing a pattern that seemed to cut through the fabric of reality itself. The ground trembled, and the murmurs of the gathered souls grew louder, a cacophony of voices rising in a haunting melody. The boundary between the living and the dead was thinning, and Lyra felt herself pulled closer to the edge. She remembered stories whispered in the dark, of sacrifices made, of the offerings that required more than simple bread and honey. Desperation danced in her chest, an urge to comprehend the full breadth of Hecate's power. The priestess began to invoke the darker aspects of the goddess, calling for clarity through chaos, a reflection of the reality that emerges from the shadows. A shiver ran through the participants, and Lyra could feel the tension crackling in the air, each person teetering on the brink of fear and fascination. As the ritual reached its peak, the wind howled through the grove, echoing the cries of the lost souls. Shadows twisted and turned, almost as if they were alive, merging with the flickering flames. Lyra's heart pounded, and she felt the pull of Hecate drawing her deeper into the mysteries. What secrets would she unveil? What powers lay dormant within her, waiting for the right moment to awaken? The priestess turned her gaze, locking eyes with Lyra, and in that instant she felt a jolt of recognition. The bond between them was etched in the fabric of fate. The priestess smiled. an expression both gentle and fierce, as if she understood the yearning that flickered within Lyra. Yet there was a warning in that gaze, a caution against the path she was about to tread. With one final chant, the priestess called forth a vision, an image of the crossroads, vibrant and alive. Lyra saw herself there, not as a timid neophyte but as a powerful sorceress, wielding the very energies that danced in the shadows. The choice hung heavy in the air, but it was the price of this power that echoed in her mind, a dark whisper that warned of sacrifices yet to come. In that moment, as the ritual reached its zenith, time slowed and the world around Lyra blurred. The veil was lifted, and she found herself standing at the threshold of a realm filled with untold mysteries and dangers. She could feel the weight of Hecate's gaze upon her, a mixture of promise and peril. Would she step forward into the unknown, or retreat into the safety of the familiar? The torches flickered once more, and the shadows deepened, pulling her closer to the edge of the abyss. The atmosphere crackled with tension as the chanting reached a fever pitch, the boundaries of the world blurring. In that instant, Lyra knew that this was only the beginning. The true mysteries of Hecate awaited, lurking just beyond the veil, ready to pull her deeper into the darkness where the real magic lived. In the dim light of a flickering candle, shadows danced along the walls of an ancient temple, whispering secrets of old. The air was thick with incense, and a chill ran down the spine of anyone who dared to tread close to the altar where Hecate, the enigmatic goddess of magic and mystery, awaited. Her presence loomed like an unbroken fog, both inviting and foreboding, a promise of hidden knowledge wrapped in uncertainty. Hecate was not alone. She wore many faces, each one a testament to the cycles of life. The first was that of the maiden, youthful, vibrant, and brimming with potential. She stood tall, her hair flowing like a river of moonlight, eyes sparkling with mischief and wonder. The maiden represented the dawn, the first light breaking through the darkness, illuminating the path towards dreams yet unfulfilled. Her laughter rang like chimes in the wind, echoing through the temple, a reminder of innocence and the joy of discovery. But lurking beneath that joyous surface was a tempest of emotions, the wild stirrings of ambition and longing that beckoned like distant stars. As the flickering candlelight shifted, the maiden slowly morphed into the mother. The air felt heavier, saturated with an unspoken wisdom, as if the world itself paused to pay homage to this second form. The mother radiated warmth and nurturing, her arms open wide, ready to embrace all who sought comfort. There was strength in her presence, a gentle power that pulsed with life itself. In her eyes, one could see the weight of sacrifice, the fierce love that drove her to protect the ones she held dear. Yet within that love lay an undercurrent of fear, the fear of loss, the fear of heartbreak, the knowledge that with love comes vulnerability. Time twisted and turned, flowing like the rivers that wound through the earth, and soon the mother began to fade, giving way to the crone. A shiver rippled through the temple as the air turned cold, the shadows deepening around her. The crone was the keeper of secrets, her wisdom forged in the fires of experience and pain. She stood with a crooked staff, her face lined with the stories of countless lives, eyes gleaming like polished stones, each holding a tale of sorrow and joy. She carried the weight of the world in her gaze, a reminder that every ending is but a new beginning. The crone spoke not with words, but with the silence that wrapped around her like a cloak, inviting contemplation and reflection. The maiden, mother, and crone, each form intertwined, a cycle of existence that echoed through the ages. They each held pieces of a single soul, a tapestry woven with threads of emotion, wisdom, and the relentless passage of time. The temple seemed to pulse with their energy, the walls reverberating with the heartbeat of history. It was a place where past, present, and future collided, where the very essence of life could be felt in every breath. As the shadows grew longer, a storm brewed outside. Thunder rumbling ominously, The flickering candles struggled to maintain their flame, casting wild shapes on the walls that mimicked the turmoil of the storm. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the temple for the briefest moment, revealing ancient carvings etched into the stone, depicting the three forms of Hecate. With each flash, the images came to life, swirling in a dance of light and darkness, a powerful reminder of the balance that exists in all things. In that moment of chaos, a figure entered the temple, a seeker, drawn by the allure of the goddess. Breathless and wide-eyed, they gazed at the shifting forms, their heart racing with a mix of fear and intrigue. The air thickened with anticipation, as if the goddess herself was holding her breath, waiting for the seeker to unveil their true intentions. The powerful energy of Hecate enveloped them, wrapping around their soul like a silken thread, urging them to confront the shadows lurking within. With every heartbeat, the seeker could feel the weight of the goddess's presence pressing down on them. What secrets lay within the folds of her robes? What lessons could be learned from the interplay between the maiden's innocence, the mother's strength, and the crone's wisdom? As the storm raged outside, the seeker felt a connection to something greater, an understanding that transcended time and space. They were not merely an observer in this temple. They were part of the very fabric of existence. The maiden's laughter echoed in their ears, encouraging them to dream without limits, to chase the wild winds of possibility. The mother's embrace filled them with courage, a reminder that love is both a weapon and a shield, and the crone's gaze pierced through the layers of their soul, urging them to confront the truths they had long buried. Each form spoke in a language of emotions, weaving a spell that bound the seeker to their fate. Outside, the storm intensified, lightning illuminating the night sky with bursts of brilliant light. Thunder clapped like the hands of ancient deities celebrating a revelation. The air crackled with electricity, and within the temple, the three forms of Hecate stood united, a triumvirate of power that beckoned the seeker closer. The boundaries between life and death, joy and sorrow, hope and despair began to blur, drawing the seeker deeper into the embrace of the goddess. As the candlelight flickered and shadows danced, the seeker took a step forward, their heart pounding with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. In that moment, they felt the pulse of Hecate resonate through their very being, a reminder that the journey was far from over. It was an eternal cycle, a loop of transformation that would continue to repeat itself, each turn revealing new depths of understanding and emotion. The three forms awaited, ready to guide the seeker through the mysteries that lay ahead. The temple, alive with energy, held its breath, poised for the moment when the seeker would fully embrace the trials that awaited them, each heartbeat echoing the promise of transformation. The moon hung high, casting an ethereal glow over the quiet streets of ancient Athens. Shadows flickered, and the whisper of the wind carried secrets that only a few could hear. As night enveloped the city, a presence stirred in the dark corners, the unmistakable influence of Hecate, the goddess of magic, witchcraft, and the night. Her essence poured into the lives of the people, weaving through their beliefs and practices like threads in a rich tapestry, binding them to the mysteries that lay beyond the veil of the ordinary. In every household, the flickering of oil lamps illuminated shrines dedicated to her. Women, often the keepers of these sacred spaces, would leave offerings of bread, honey, and even small vials of wine. Each token was a whisper to Hecate, a plea for her guidance in the tumultuous dance of life. They believed she stood at the crossroads, a protector of the vulnerable, a harbinger of fate. In the stillness of the night, her name was spoken in hushed reverence, for to invoke her was to summon both fear and hope. In the flickering shadows, stories emerged. Tales of lost souls and wandering spirits spoke of Hecate's domain over the underworld. Her three faces, each gazing in a different direction, symbolized her mastery of the past, present, and future. People felt her presence in every choice they made, For every decision at the crossroads brought with it the weight of destiny. What lay beyond those paths? The fear of the unknown gnawed at their hearts, but with Hecate's guiding hand, they felt a flicker of courage. As the Athenians gathered for the Thesmophoria, a festival honoring Demeter and Persephone, Hecate's influence loomed large. Women filled the air with songs and offerings, but it was Hecate who stood silently behind them, ensuring the fertility of the earth and the safety of their loved ones. Mothers prayed to her, seeking protection for their children and blessings for their harvests, invoking her name as a shield against the dark forces that lurked in the shadows. Her connection with the earth, the moon, and the souls of the departed wove a web of belief that spanned generations, intertwining their fates with her own. Yet not all saw her as a benevolent force. In the bustling marketplaces, gossip flared like a wildfire as rumors circulated about witches and sorcery. People spoke of those who dared to summon Hecate's power through dark rituals, drawing on her name to bend the will of others. Fear gripped the hearts of many, for power without understanding could lead to chaos. In this world of duality, Hecate represented both the nurturing mother and the terrifying specter, a reminder of the thin line between creation and destruction. In the depths of the night, when the air was thick with tension, secret gatherings whispered her name. Cults devoted to Hecate thrived, their members practicing rituals that blurred the lines of morality. They danced under the moonlight, chanting incantations that called forth spirits and sought answers to life's greatest mysteries. A chill would run down the spine of any onlooker, yet those who participated felt an intoxicating rush, a glimpse into a realm beyond their wildest dreams. Hecate's presence was intoxicating, both alluring and terrifying, drawing them deeper into the mystique of the unknown. Even philosophers like Plato couldn't escape her influence, pondering her role in the cosmos. He spoke of her as a guiding force, an embodiment of divine wisdom that shaped the very fabric of existence. The more they tried to reason with her essence, the more elusive she became, like a shadow slipping through their fingers. Hecate was not just a goddess to them. She was a concept, a force that challenged the intellect and stirred the soul. They felt her in the quiet moments of reflection and in the chaos of their debates, her presence a constant reminder of the mysteries that lay beyond human understanding. As the Festival of the Mysteries approached, anticipation buzzed like electricity in the air. Hidden from the public eye, the initiates prepared for a sacred revelation, one that would solidify Hecate's place in the hearts and minds of the people. The night was steeped in secrecy and excitement, for in that darkness lay the promise of transformation. Rituals would be performed, sacrifices offered, and with each act Hecate would weave her magic tighter around them, binding them to her will and ensuring that her influence would endure through the ages. In the flickering torchlight, the figures of the initiates moved with grace and purpose, their hearts pounding with a mix of fear and exhilaration. They knew that to summon Hecate was to dance on the edge of the abyss, to flirt with powers they could scarcely comprehend. As they chanted her name, the air thickened, charged with an energy that vibrated through their very bones. Hecate was there, watching, waiting, her three faces observing the sacred rites with a knowing smile. The thrill of the unknown sent shivers down their spines, a reminder of her dual nature, a goddess who could inspire both reverence and terror. As whispers of Hecate's influence spread beyond Athens to the far reaches of Greece, her worship expanded, intertwining with local customs and beliefs. Villagers in secluded hamlets began to honor her, each adding their own flavors to her worship. In some places, she was revered as a spirit of the harvest, while in others, she remained the enigmatic goddess of the night. The stories fluctuated like the phases of the moon, but one constant remained. Hecate's potent influence was inescapable. In the twilight hours, when the line between the worlds grew thin, the people felt her presence most strongly, a palpable energy that coursed through them. Children listened with wide eyes as their elders recounted tales of witches and spells, of Hecate's power to cross boundaries. Fear mingled with fascination, and the legacy of this enigmatic goddess became a part of their very being. Every whispered incantation, every flickering flame was a tribute to her, ensuring that her presence would never fade, remaining a touchstone in their collective memory. In the silent promise of night, Hecate stood vigil, her influence winding through the fabric of ancient Greek religion like a river that would never run dry. The stories were endless, the mysteries deep, and as the moon cast its haunting glow over the land, the people understood they were forever bound to her enigmatic power. The night had just begun, and with it, the dance of worship, fear, and reverence would continue, a cycle that would never truly end. In the stillness of a moonlit night, shadows danced across the ancient stones of a forgotten temple. A chilling breeze whispered secrets through the gnarled branches of trees, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. At the center of this ethereal scene stood Hecate, her figure cloaked in darkness, her presence commanding yet elusive. The air tingled with an unsettling energy, a reminder of the fear that grips the heart when faced with the unknown. Hecate, the daughter of the Titans Perses and Asteria, was no ordinary goddess. In the realms of mythology, she was revered as the keeper of mysteries, the goddess who stood at the crossroads of life and death, light and dark. Her three faces gazed into different directions, each representing a facet of existence that remained shrouded in enigma. To some, she was a protector, guiding lost souls through the shadows. To others, she was a harbinger of fear, a reminder of the darkness that lurks just beyond the edges of understanding. In ancient times, in dimly lit homes, people would leave offerings at doorways, small tokens meant to appease her. Fresh herbs, garlic, and the blood of sacrificial animals were laid down, all in hopes of gaining her favor. The fear of what lay beyond the veil of life was palpable. No one wished to anger the goddess, for her realm was intertwined with the mysteries of the afterlife. The stories told around flickering fires spoke of her ability to open the gates to the underworld and summon spirits, her power both intoxicating and terrifying. As dusk fell, villagers would whisper about the strange happenings that accompanied her name. Cattle would go missing. Children would vanish mysteriously, only to return with wild tales of encounters with the figure cloaked in shadows. Hecate's hand is upon us, they'd say, their eyes wide, filled with a mix of wonder and dread. The tales grew taller with each telling, as legends often do. Yet, woven into their fears were the threads of respect and reverence for the goddess who governed the unseen. In the fringes of the bustling city of Athens, a woman named Callista found herself entranced by the stories of Hecate. Each night she would venture into the quiet woods, illuminated only by the flickering light of a solitary candle. With every visit, the shadows around her seemed to breathe, alive with the weight of ancient knowledge. The air crackled with a tension that made her skin prickle. What truth did the goddess hold? What mysteries waited to be uncovered? One night, as Callista knelt at the base of an ancient oak, she felt a presence behind her. The air turned cold, sharp enough to slice through the haze of her resolve. She turned slowly, her heartbeat echoing in her ears. There stood a figure cloaked in midnight, its eyes like twin stars in a black sky. In that moment, fear and awe entwined within her, a dance as old as time itself. Hecate stepped forward, her voice a mere whisper on the wind, laden with the weight of ages. "Truth lies in the shadows," she said, her words wrapping around Callista like a shroud. "What you seek is veiled not just by darkness, but by your own fear." The goddess beckoned, and within those words, the very air shimmered with promise and dread. Callista's heart raced, torn between the allure of knowledge and the instinct to flee. The unknown was a treacherous path, riddled with shadows that twisted and turned, leading to places most dared not tread. But the goddess stood before her, a living embodiment of every mystery that both terrified and fascinated humanity. With every breath, Callista felt the pull of Hecate's power, an invitation to step beyond the mundane. The moon hung high, casting an eerie glow across the forest as time seemed to warp and twist. Hecate extended a hand, cloaked in mist, and despite the icy fingers of fear gripping Callista, she stepped closer. The ground beneath her feet seemed to pulse, resonating with the heartbeat of forgotten tales. To understand the unknown is to conquer it, Hecate urged, her voice now a melody of shadows and echoes. Suddenly, the silence shattered as a howl pierced the night, the sound of a creature lurking just out of sight. Callista's heart thundered in her chest as dread washed over her, a reminder of what lay beyond the thin veil separating the known from the unknown. "Face what you fear," Hecate commanded, her tone a blend of steel and compassion. Only then can clarity emerge from chaos. Just as quickly, the moment shifted. The shadows lengthened and the temperature plummeted. Ghostly figures began to swirl around them, ethereal and haunting, each one a fragment of a story untold. They flickered like candle flames, revealing the faces of those who had come before, lost souls who had brushed against Hecate's realm. Their silent screams echoed in the stillness, a chorus of longing and despair, each one a reminder of the price of knowledge. Callista's breath hitched as she realized what was happening. The fear of the unknown was not merely an abstract concept. It was alive, a force that could wrap around her throat and squeeze until she gasped for air. The intensity of the moment pressed down upon her, yet within that pressure, she found a sliver of resolve. The goddess's presence was both an embrace and a challenge, urging her to confront her fear head-on. "Learn from them," Hecate whispered, her gaze piercing through the fog of terror. "In every shadow lies a lesson, in every fear an opportunity. What lies ahead is yours to command, but only if you dare to face it." Callista looked into the swirling mass of the lost souls, and for a moment she felt their pain, their fear. The unknown was not a monster lurking in the dark. It was a pathway leading to understanding, to growth. The shadows around her shifted, ebbing and flowing like the tide, and in that instant, she understood. Just as the weight of revelation began to sink in, the forest erupted in chaos. A loud crack echoed through the trees, causing the ground to tremble. Hecate's gaze turned sharp, her three faces merging into one unified force of nature. The air thickened with tension as a dark figure emerged from the depths of the woods, its intentions unclear yet palpable. With her heart racing and the specter of fear looming ever closer, Callista stood at the precipice of revelation. Hecate loomed beside her, both a guide and a guardian. The night was alive with possibilities, each breath a step further into the abyss where the unknown awaited its tribute. What lay ahead was shrouded in darkness, but with Hecate by her side, Callista felt the tiniest flicker of hope igniting within her. As the shadows reached out, beckoning her into the depths, Callista took a step forward, the warmth of Hecate's presence a beacon against the encroaching darkness. The fear of the unknown clawed at her, but the thrill of discovery surged through her veins. The journey had only just begun, and the mysteries that awaited promised to challenge everything she thought she knew. Under a canopy of shimmering stars, a soft breeze rustled the leaves of ancient olive trees, carrying with it stories of long-lost goddesses. The moon hung low, its silver light spilling onto the earth like a blessing, illuminating a solitary figure cloaked in shadows. Hecate, the goddess of magic and witchcraft, stood at the crossroads of night, her presence a whisper of power that quivered through the air. She was the keeper of secrets, the guardian of transitions, and the embodiment of femininity in its most enigmatic form. The villagers spoke her name with a mixture of reverence and fear, for Hecate was not just a goddess, she was a force. She welcomed the lost souls who wandered too far, guiding them through the darkness with her flickering torches. In homes adorned with symbols of her protection, women would gather under the cloak of night, seeking her wisdom and strength. With every candle lit, every whispered prayer, they invoked her spirit, drawing upon the deep well of femininity that she represented. As the lunar glow danced across the ground, the air crackled with anticipation. Hecate was not simply a deity. She was a mirror reflecting the complexities of womanhood. The women of Greece found solace in her duality, a goddess capable of both creation and destruction, nurturing yet fierce. They celebrated her presence in rituals, offering honey and bread at dusk, seeking to channel her energy and wisdom into their lives. In a society that often relegated women to the shadows, Hecate stood tall, reminding them of their intrinsic power. Amidst the flicker of candlelight, a young woman named Callista felt the weight of generations upon her shoulders. She had yet to carve her own path in a world that constantly sought to define her. As the flickering light cast ghostly shadows on her face, she breathed in the scent of the herbs laid before her, a blend of wisdom and wildness. Tonight, the air buzzed with possibility, and she could feel Hecate's presence wrapping around her like an embrace. With her heart pounding, Callista closed her eyes and envisioned a world where femininity was celebrated, not suppressed. In that moment, she felt Hecate's influence surge through her veins. It was as if the goddess herself had stepped into her soul, igniting a fire that chased away the darkness of self-doubt. The flickering flames danced with her heartbeat, each pulse a reminder that she was not alone. As whispers of magic filled the air, the past coiled around the present, revealing stories of women who had walked this path before her. They had gathered in secret, exchanging spells and wisdom, much like Callista did now. The power of femininity coursed through them like a river, wild and untamed, refusing to be confined by the demands of a patriarchal society. It was in this sacred space that they found strength, uniting in a sisterhood that transcended the boundaries of time. A sudden gust of wind swept through, extinguishing the candles for a moment, plunging the gathering into darkness. Gasps filled the air, and hearts raced. But in that abyss, a deeper understanding emerged. It was within the shadows that Hecate thrived, weaving her magic in the unseen. It was a reminder that the power of femininity lies not only in light but also in the depth of experience, the resilience born of hardship, and the wisdom cultivated through struggle. As the candles flickered back to life, a new energy pulsed through the gathering. Callista could see the determination in the eyes of the women around her, a fierce flicker that mirrored her own resolve. They were all connected, each a thread in a grand tapestry of femininity, woven together by shared experiences and dreams. Hecate was not merely a guide for them, she was their very essence, a reminder that the feminine spirit could illuminate even the darkest corners of the world. In the distance, the howling of wolves echoed through the valley, a haunting reminder of nature's raw power. It was a call to action, an invitation to rise and embrace the untamed spirit within them. Hecate's laughter seemed to dance on the wind, urging them to break free from the chains of conformity. The moment was electric, and Callista felt the surge of courage swell within her. The time had come to step into her own power, to embrace the magic that lay dormant inside her. With a shared glance, the women tightened their hands together, forming a circle of unity. They chanted the ancient words of empowerment, their voices weaving a spell that transcended the mundane. With every syllable, they called upon Hecate to guide them, to infuse their hearts with the strength of their ancestors. In that sacred act, they became more than individuals. They were a chorus of resilience, a celebration of the feminine spirit that had prevailed through time. As dawn approached, the first light of morning began to seep over the horizon, casting a golden hue upon the earth. It was a symbol of new beginnings, a promise that hope could flourish even after the darkest of nights. Callista felt a profound connection to the earth beneath her feet, as though she was finally rooted in her truth. The essence of Hecate lingered in the air, reminding her that this was just the beginning. But just as the light began to break through, a sense of urgency rushed over her, a feeling that the journey was far from over. The shadows held stories yet untold, mysteries begging to be unraveled. The world awaited, and with Hecate as their guide, they would venture forth, carrying the torch of femininity into the uncharted territories of their lives. The winds of destiny howled around them, whispering of adventures and trials to come, as they stepped into a new chapter, filled with light and shadow alike, forever touched by the power of Hecate, the embodiment of all that it meant to be a woman in ancient Greece. Under the chilling glow of the crescent moon, shadows danced in the flickering light of ancient torches. A lone figure stood at the crossroads, enveloped in a thick cloak, her presence both mesmerizing and foreboding. This was Hecate, the goddess whose power twisted like smoke, shrouded in secrets that would send shivers down the spine of even the bravest souls. Was she the protector of the innocent, or a harbinger of doom? The air crackled with tension, as if the very universe held its breath, teetering on the edge between reverence and fear. Her duality was woven into the fabric of time itself. In one moment, she was the guardian of the night, the keeper of secrets that unfolded under her watchful eyes. Townsfolk whispered her name in hushed tones, lighting candles at their doorsteps to seek her favor. "Hecate, bright one, guide us," they would plead, promising offerings of honey and bread. In these moments, she embraced her role as the protective force, warding off evil spirits and guiding lost souls. But lurking just beneath that surface was the shadow, a reminder that Hecate wielded power that could easily turn from benevolence to wrath. As the moon waned, her demeanor darkened, and the very essence of night seemed to pulse with her energy. Whispers of those who crossed her path too carelessly spread like wildfire. Stories of misfortune followed those who insulted her or took her gifts for granted, like the tale of a boastful villager who mocked the goddess while drunk on wine. His laughter echoed through the streets until the next dawn, when he was found lifeless, the laughter still haunting the air, a grim reminder of Hecate's darker side. Hecate watched the world from her shadowy throne, and her gaze was penetrating, filled with the weight of countless souls. She was the triple goddess, a figure of three who transcended the boundaries of life, death, and what lay beyond. Each aspect of her, maiden, mother, and crone, revealed a different layer of her character. As the maiden, she was a beacon of hope, a comforting presence for those in despair. As the mother, she nurtured the lost and vulnerable, her arms open wide. But it was the crone that sent fear into the hearts of mortals. She was the keeper of the underworld, a fierce protector of the mysteries that lay beneath the earth, waiting to consume those who dared to disturb the peace. In the dim glow of an altar adorned with offerings, a flicker of light caught the corner of her eye. A young girl, trembling but resolute, stepped forward. Clutching a charm meant to ward off evil. She felt the weight of the goddess's stare, and her heart raced. The girl had heard tales of Hecate's kindness, but also of her fury. "Please, Great One," she whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. "Protect my family from the darkness that creeps at night." Hecate felt the girl's fear, a pulse of energy that resonated with her own. For a moment, she was moved by the innocence, the vulnerability that radiated from the child. The flickering flames illuminated the girl's face, revealing tears that threatened to spill. And yet, as Hecate reached out, the shadows around her coiled tighter, reminding her of the balance she maintained. For every wish granted, a price was demanded, often steep and unyielding. At the edge of the village, a mournful howl echoed through the trees. It was a reminder of the beasts that roamed the night, the monsters that Hecate had power over, but also commanded respect from. The villagers often placed their faith in her, but the line between protector and destroyer danced dangerously close. She could just as easily unleash chaos as she could bring peace. Amidst the flickering light of the torches, the girl felt a shiver run down her spine. Was she truly speaking to a goddess? The stories told around the hearth were vivid, filled with images of Hecate's burning eyes and the way shadows intertwined with her form. Yet here, in this moment with the air thick with anticipation, the girl realized she stood before a being capable of both salvation and destruction. As the girl clutched her charm tighter, a gust of wind swept through the clearing, extinguishing the candles and casting the world into darkness. Heart pounding, the girl's instincts screamed at her to flee. But Hecate remained, a silhouette against the night sky, her presence both daunting and alluring. "What will you give for protection?" Her voice was a low whisper, a haunting melody that echoed in the stillness. With each heartbeat the air grew heavier, saturated with unspoken promises and ancient bindings. The village's fate hung in the balance. Would the girl's plea stir compassion within Hecate, or would it awaken the ancient darkness that lingered in her being? The girl's mind raced through the stories she had heard, the warnings of what would happen to those who dared to approach the goddess without proper offerings. Yet desperation clawed at her throat. "Anything," she finally gasped, her heart trembling. The shadows around Hecate flickered ominously, swirling like a storm ready to break. "Then you must understand," she replied, her tone shifting. "Power always demands a toll." The girl barely had time to process the weight of those words before the shadows began to pulse with life, wrapping around her as if testing her resolve. A chill crept into her bones, merging with the terror that had gripped her heart. At that moment, the village, nestled snugly under the twilight, held its breath. Hecate watched, the flicker of the candles reflecting her dual nature. Protector or destroyer? It was a question that hung heavily in the air, begging for an answer, yet offering none. The very essence of her being was a dance of light and dark, an intricate weave of shadows that promised both salvation and despair. As the girl stood at the crossroads of fate, a distant rumble echoed through the night, a reminder of the chaos that always lurked just beyond the veil. The tension built, electrifying the atmosphere, urging the story onward, deeper into the heart of mysteries that refused to be quelled. In the dim glow of a flickering candle, shadows danced on the walls, casting ghostly shapes that whispered secrets of the ancient world. A chill crept through the air, a reminder of the unseen forces that swirled around those who dared to tread the path of magic. Here, where the veil between the known and the unknown thinned, Hecate's presence loomed large, a figure draped in mystery, a guardian of the unseen. With her three faces, she gazed upon the world, each one reflecting a different aspect of her divine nature. One face looked toward the earth, where the whispers of the living echoed. Another faced the heavens, capturing the light of the moon. The third turned to the dark realms of the underworld, a chilling reminder of the fate that awaited all. This was not merely a goddess of sorcery. She was the keeper of thresholds, the guide through the labyrinth of existence, and the harbinger of change. In ancient Greece, her name was spoken with both reverence and fear. Pilgrims traveled from distant lands, clutching offerings of honey and garlic, seeking her favor and protection. She was invoked in secret, her power harnessed by those who walk the line between light and shadow. In crumbling texts, she was described not just as a deity, but as an embodiment of magic itself, an ever-shifting force that could be both nurturing and destructive. Amidst the bustling markets of Athens, whispers of her power echoed through the narrow streets. Sorcerers and wise women, cloaked in the garb of the common folk, gathered in hushed corners, their eyes alight with the spark of forbidden knowledge. They spoke of Hecate's gifts, the ability to see what others could not, to call upon spirits, to weave the threads of fate. In their hands, her sigils, crude yet powerful drawings, flickered with energy, each line a promise of protection or a curse to bring retribution. On moonless nights, when the world was cloaked in darkness, these practitioners would gather at crossroads, the very places where Hecate's power was strongest. They would light candles, their flames quivering against the chill of the night, and chant her name, a litany that reverberated through the silence like the beating of a heart. Hecate, Hecate, they would call, their voices rising in a crescendo, summoning the goddess to their side. In those moments the air thrummed with energy, thick and palpable, as if the entire universe held its breath. But magic was not without its price. Stories abounded of those who sought to wield Hecate's power, only to find themselves ensnared in a web of their own making. A young woman, desperate for love, poured her heart into a potion crafted in Hecate's name, only to discover that the bonds of love could be as suffocating as they were blissful. A man, seeking vengeance, called upon her to harm his enemies, but found that revenge came at the cost of his own soul. With each spell, each invocation, the line separating the wielder from the wielded blurred, and those who tempted fate often found themselves caught in a dance with darkness that they could not escape. Yet, for every cautionary tale, there were tales of triumph and transformation. Hecate was a goddess of change, guiding lost souls through the darkest nights toward the dawn of new beginnings. Those who honored her found not just power, but profound insight, a glimpse into the hidden truths of the universe. To walk with Hecate was to embrace the wild, untamed magic of life itself, to acknowledge that within the shadows lay the potential for both destruction and rebirth. In the sacred groves of ancient temples, her worship flourished. Statues carved from stone depicted her in all her glory, surrounded by symbols of her dominion, snakes coiling around her arms, a broom for sweeping away negativity, and the keys that unlock the doors to the mysteries of the afterlife. Devotees would leave offerings of food, wine, and incense, their prayers rising like smoke into the night sky, pleading for guidance and protection. As the stars twinkled overhead, those who felt her presence could hear the rustle of leaves and the soft whisper of the wind, a melody of ancient secrets sung just for them. Hecate was there, in the rustling shadows and the flickering light, a constant reminder that magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. Her essence lingered in every spell cast, every ritual performed, and every life touched by her mysterious hand. In the darkest corners of the city, where the flicker of candlelight mingled with the sounds of whispered incantations, the air grew thick with anticipation. A new sorceress, a novice in the art of magic, stood trembling before her altar, fear and excitement coursing through her veins. She called upon Hecate, feeling the weight of her presence envelop her like a shroud. Every heartbeat echoed the ancient rhythms of the earth, binding her to the goddess who stood at the crossroads of life and death, light and shadow. With each word she spoke, the candles around her flared to life, casting long shadows that danced and twisted as if possessed by their own will. An offering of lavender and rue burned in a small bowl, the fragrant smoke spiraling upward, carrying her hopes and desires to the goddess. Hecate's spirit stirred, a gentle breeze brushing against her skin, igniting a spark of courage deep within her. The novice felt herself teetering on the brink of understanding, poised to cross into a world of magic that was both exhilarating and terrifying. Every spell she would cast from that moment on would echo through the ages, forever entwining her fate with that of Hecate. The air crackled with possibility, and as she closed her eyes, the whispered teachings of the ancient sorcerers filled her mind, a symphony of voices guiding her toward her destiny. And so the night deepened, her heart racing as she reached out to touch the unseen threads of power that connected her to the goddess. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, every choice echoing in the vast expanse of time and space. But in that moment, she felt alive with the pulse of magic, aware that she was part of something greater, something timeless, a tapestry woven in the shadows, beckoning her to step forward, to embrace whatever lay just beyond the horizon. The moon hung high, casting a silver glow upon the ancient stones, whispering secrets of a time long past. Shadows danced in the flickering light of oil lamps, illuminating the figure of a lone woman standing at the edge of a darkened forest. As she raised her arms in a ritualistic gesture, the air around her crackled with energy, anticipation weaving through the stillness like a thread of fate. This was not an ordinary night, nor was she an ordinary woman. She was a witch, and as she called upon the name of Hecate, the world seemed to hold its breath. Hecate, the goddess of magic and witchcraft, painted in the hues of mystery and power, has long captured the imaginations of those who walk the path of the unseen. Ancient texts, like the whispers of the wind, speak of her in reverent tones. Known to dwell at the crossroads, she encapsulated the very essence of choice and change. For witches, she was more than a figure of myth. She was a protector, a guide through the shadows of the unknown. The connection between Hecate and witchcraft was a bond forged in the fires of ritual and longing, a relationship that pulsed with life and magic. In the dim light of an ancient temple, priests and priestesses gathered to invoke her name. Their hearts raced, not just from fear, but from the intoxicating thrill of power. Texts from long ago recount the importance of offerings made to her, small tokens of gratitude placed at the crossroads where paths entwined. These offerings were laden with hope, a plea for guidance and protection. The scent of herbs mingled with the night air as they called upon her, their voices rising like smoke, curling into the night sky. The stories told of Hecate's three faces, each representing a different aspect of her power. She was the maiden, the mother, and the crone, embodying the cycle of life itself. For witches, this trinity represented the phases of their own practices, where beginnings, nurturance, and endings coalesced into one. Those who sought her favor often found themselves embracing not just the magic of spells, but the transformative power of renewal. Hecate's wisdom was sought in times of despair, a beacon in the darkness guiding the lost back home. Yet with power came fear, a fear that twisted through the hearts of many. The ancient Greeks, while captivated by her strength, also warned of her wrath. Tales of witches who dared to cross her were suffused with darkness, warning of the consequences that awaited. The very act of witchcraft became entwined with danger, as Hecate's name was invoked in hushed tones, a name that danced on the edge of reverence and terror. With each incantation, the line between the sacred and the profane blurred, and the night grew thicker with anticipation. Scrolls hidden in dusty libraries reveal a rich tapestry of rituals dedicated to Hecate. The Hecatean practices were not merely about casting spells. They involved deep connection to the earth, the moon, and the spirits that lingered in between. The rituals often took place under the cover of darkness, a time when the veil between worlds thinned. By the flicker of candlelight, witches would chant her name, calling upon her to lend strength to their works. With every whispered spell, they acknowledged her as the gatekeeper of mysteries, the one who could open the doors to knowledge that lay beyond the ordinary. A chilling account from the Greek magical papyri describes a powerful spell involving Hecate that promised to bind a lover's heart forever. As the words of the incantation spilled forth, the atmosphere thickened with a heady mix of desire and dread. It was a reminder of how closely connected love and loss were in the eyes of the goddess. To invoke Hecate was to dance on the edge of fate, a powerful gamble where the stakes were as high as the heart could bear. In the shadows of history, Hecate's image evolved. Yet her essence remained, a constant thread woven throughout time. The Romans knew her as Hecate Trivia, the goddess of three ways, each path a choice waiting to be made. The interplay of light and shadow in her depictions reflected the dual nature of witchcraft itself, creation and destruction, healing and harm. To the witches, she was a mirror of their own complexities, urging them to embrace the full spectrum of their power without fear. With each account of Hecate's influence, the tension between reverence and dread deepened. The concept of witchcraft became a canvas upon which the fears and aspirations of society were painted. Those who practiced it often stood at the margins, feared for their knowledge, yet revered for their connection to the divine. Hecate, forever at the center, drew them closer to her heart, a haunting reminder of the thin line between the sacred and the profane. As the moon waned and shadows deepened, the witch continued her incantation, her voice echoing against the stone walls of the forest clearing. The night thrummed with energy, the air thick with possibility. Hecate was listening, her presence a palpable force, a promise and a warning. The witch felt the weight of her gaze, an invitation to step deeper into the mysteries that lay ahead, where the line between the known and the unknown would blur even further. In the flickering light, she caught a glimpse of the truth. Hecate was not just a goddess of the past. She was a living, breathing force in the heart of witchcraft, eternally binding those who dared to tread the path between darkness and light. Each ritual, each invocation, drew them closer to her essence, an endless cycle of discovery and danger. The witch's heart raced with the thrill of what was to come, the promise of uncovering yet more layers of power waiting just beyond the veil of the night. The story continued, unbroken, echoing through the ages, as Hecate and witchcraft wove their indelible bond in the fabric of time. In the stillness of the night, when shadows lengthen and the air thickens with secrets, a figure cloaked in dark robes moved silently through the ancient olive groves of Eleusis. The moon hung high, casting silvery beams upon the earth, illuminating a path that few dared to tread. This was a place where the veil between worlds grew thin, a sacred ground where whispers of the divine brushed against the ears of mortals. Here, Hecate, the goddess of magic, the guardian of the threshold, awaited the seekers of truth. Hecate was not just another figure among the pantheon. She was the keeper of mysteries, her presence intertwined with the very fabric of the Eleusinian mysteries, a secret cult that promised its initiates a glimpse into the afterlife, a promise that danced tantalizingly just out of reach. The air would crackle with energy as her name echoed through the sacred rites, sending shivers down the spines of the faithful. They believed she held the keys to life and death, a duality that had the power to awaken the soul or plunge it into the abyss. As the initiates gathered in the dark, their hearts raced with trepidation and excitement. They were drawn to the flickering torches that lined the path leading to the temple, where Hecate was invoked in solemn chant. Her three faces, each representing a different aspect of her power, maiden, mother, and crone, watched over them, guiding them through the labyrinth of their own fears and desires. The flickering flames danced in rhythm with their heartbeat, an unspoken connection binding them to her eternal essence. The Eleusinian mysteries were steeped in ancient rituals that honored the seasonal cycle of life, death and rebirth, a reflection of the earth's own rhythms. Hecate stood as a sentinel at the crossroads of these transitions. When Persephone was taken to the underworld, Hecate was the one who searched tirelessly for her, armed with a torch that illuminated the dark. She represented the bond between the living and the dead, the seen and the unseen. Her light cut through the shadows, revealing the path for those who sought enlightenment. During the sacred ceremonies, the atmosphere was electric, charged with an energy that seemed to pulse through the ground. The initiates felt her presence not just as a distant goddess, but as a fierce protector, enveloping them with warmth and empowerment. Each chant, each offering, grew louder, more fervent, until the very air seemed to vibrate with the power of Hecate's name. The initiates raised their arms to the night sky, calling upon her, feeling her strength coursing through them, igniting a fire of purpose in their hearts. But with Hecate came the knowledge of the darkness that lay beyond the veil. The initiates were not merely participants in a joyous celebration. They were confronted with their own mortality. Ghostly whispers threaded through the air, remnants of those who had come before, urging them to confront their fears. In those moments, as cold winds swept through the grove, the shadows stretched and twisted into shapes that reminded them of their own vulnerabilities. Hecate's power was vast, yet it was a reminder that with great knowledge came great responsibility. As the rituals unfolded, the initiates were guided into the depths of their own psyche, a journey that could be both exhilarating and terrifying. Hecate, with her multiple faces, represented the choices they faced at every turn. Would they embrace the light of knowledge, or would they shy away from the darkness that accompanied it? The questions hung heavy in the air, and for each answer they found, another question emerged, compounding their journey deeper into the mysteries of life and death. The climax of the rites approached as they stood before the altar, a place thrumming with the energy of ages past. Offerings of honey, wine, and barley were laid before her, each item symbolizing the sweet nectar of life and the inevitability of decay. As night deepened, the haunting sound of drums echoed through the grove, a primal invitation to surrender to the unknown. The initiates felt Hecate's presence wrapping around them like a shroud, drawing them closer to the brink of revelation. In that sacred moment, the boundaries between the seen and unseen blurred. They could feel the warmth of Hecate's light alongside the chill of the void. Visions flashed before their mind's eye, of loved ones lost, of moments of joy, and of future paths yet to tread. Each flicker of insight was a reminder that Hecate guided them not just as a deity of magic, but as a mother who understood the weight of every choice made in the darkness. As the rites concluded, the initiates emerged from the shadows, forever altered by their communion with Hecate. Hope and fear danced within them, hand in hand, a delicate balance between despair and illumination. They stepped away from the sacred grove, hearts pounding with the pulse of secrets shared and truths uncovered. The world around them felt richer, more vibrant, as if Hecate had gifted them not just knowledge, but a deeper understanding of their place within the cosmos. Yet, as they walked away, leaving behind the hallowed ground of Eleusis, a lingering question remained. Had they truly been blessed by Hecate's light, or were they still merely scratching the surface of the unfathomable depths she guarded? With every step, the tension of the unknown loomed larger, reminding them that the journey had only just begun. A never-ending cycle of seeking, knowing, and transforming, where Hecate would always be watching from the shadows, waiting for the next soul brave enough to seek her wisdom. In the dark, shadowy corners of the earth, where sunlight dared not tread, a figure cloaked in mystery, bathed in the silver glow of the moon, moved with a purpose that sent shivers down the spine of even the bravest souls. Hecate, the goddess of magic, ghosts, and the night, stood at the crossroads of despair and hope, of light and dark. Her presence was felt long before she stepped into the tale of Persephone and Demeter, a force of nature whose complexity mirrored the tumultuous emotions of the mother and daughter caught in a cycle of love and loss. Hecate was not just any deity. She was a guardian of the thresholds, a keeper of secrets whispered in the night. When Persephone was taken by Hades, the god of the underworld, it was Hecate who first heard the anguished cries of Demeter as she roamed the earth searching for her beloved daughter. The earth, once vibrant and alive, lay barren around her, each step a reminder of her deep sorrow. Flowers wilted, trees bowed under the weight of their own grief, and the very fabric of life seemed to unravel. In her wanderings, Demeter stumbled upon Hecate, who emerged from the shadows, her eyes glinting like stars in the midnight sky. There was a deep understanding between them, a silent acknowledgement of the pain that coursed through both their beings. Hecate, attuned to the supernatural, sensed the disturbance in the balance of life, the theft of spring and joy. She offered Demeter a flicker of hope, a promise wrapped in darkness. "I will help you find your daughter," she whispered, her voice both haunting and reassuring. As they began their search, Hecate wielded her knowledge of the hidden realms. With each step they took, the air thickened with the weight of unresolved emotions. And the night grew eerily quiet, as if the world itself held its breath in anticipation. Hecate called upon the spirits who wandered the underworld, her command drawing forth echoes of Persephone's laughter, now silenced. The night wrapped around them like a shroud, but Hecate moved with unwavering confidence, her lantern illuminating the path, guiding Demeter through the chilling shadows. It was in the depths of despair that Hecate revealed her true strength, not merely as a guide, but as a protector. The goddess of the underworld, Hades, was a formidable force, and it was Hecate's courage that allowed Demeter to confront him. "You must stand firm," she urged, her voice a steady anchor amidst the storm of emotions. "Your love is powerful enough to bring Persephone back." Hecate's heart thrummed with a fierce rhythm, knowing the stakes were higher than mere mortal conflicts. The very seasons danced on the edge of chaos, caught between Demeter's fury and Hades' dark desires. With Hecate by her side, Demeter summoned a strength she didn't know she had, fueled by the ferocity of a mother's love. Together, they traversed the realms, the air crackling with tension. Hecate's magic shimmered around them, casting shadows that danced like fleeting memories. The goddess of magic, with her knowledge of herbal lore and ancient hymns, channeled the energy of the earth to forge a path to the underworld. The air was thick with anticipation, each heartbeat resonating with the pulse of life itself. When they finally reached Hades' domain, the cold, oppressive air wrapped around them like a vice. Hecate stepped forward, her presence a protective barrier against Hades' cunning charm. "I am Hecate," she proclaimed, her voice echoing through the cavernous halls, "and I demand the return of Persephone." The darkness seemed to flinch at her words, the shadows swirling as if the very essence of the underworld trembled at her command. Hades, with his piercing gaze, regarded Hecate with a mix of respect and annoyance. He was not a god easily swayed, for his heart was as cold as the depths he ruled. Yet Hecate's resolve shone like a beacon in the dark. And even he couldn't ignore the bond between mother and daughter that radiated through the air. The tension was palpable as Demeter stepped forward, her voice steady despite the fear that threatened to overwhelm her. "You have taken my daughter from me, and I will stop at nothing to bring her home." Hecate stood beside Demeter, a silent promise of unity in their quest. Together they were a force of nature, a whirlwind of determination and love. The love of a mother, sparked by Hecate's unwavering strength, began to shift the balance of power in that gloomy realm. Hecate's influence was felt in every corner, her magic intertwining with Demeter's cries as they resonated through the underworld. In that moment, the power of connection illuminated the darkness, allowing hope to seep in. Hecate, often seen as a figure of shadows and magic, became the embodiment of resilience and support. She wasn't just there to guide, she was there to fight, to stand firm against the tide of despair. The atmosphere thickened with emotions, the longing, the love, the anger, all swirling together like a storm about to break, each feeling amplified by the presence of Hecate, the eternal guardian of the lost. As the confrontation unfolded, time seemed to warp around them, stretching the emotions thin, leaving them raw and exposed like a wound that wouldn't heal. Hades, caught between his desires and the unbreakable bond of a mother's love, felt the tug of fate pulling him in directions he had never anticipated. The scales of power began to tip, and the very essence of the earth awaited the outcome, holding its breath, for the resolution of this conflict would shape the seasons for eternity. Hecate remained steadfast, her gaze unwavering, knowing that this was only the beginning of a battle that echoed through time. The connection between mother and daughter was a force that could not be denied. The air crackled with energy, and just as the final words hung in the air, a flicker of movement captured Hecate's attention. A whisper of wind carried with it the scent of spring, a promise that life would find its way back no matter how deep the darkness seemed. In the shadows, a new chapter awaited, where the intertwining fates of Hecate, Demeter, and Persephone would unfold against a backdrop of emotions as profound as life itself. In the flickering light of an ancient amphitheater, shadows danced against the stone, whispering secrets of the night. A figure cloaked in darkness emerged, Hecate, the goddess of magic and the underworld, her presence both haunting and mesmerizing. She stood at the crossroads of fate, her eyes glinting with the power of the unseen. Aeschylus brought her onto the stage in The Libation Bearers, where she becomes a powerful symbol of vengeance and justice. As the haunting chants echoed through the theater, the audience felt the chill of her influence. The air thickened as Orestes, pursued by the relentless furies for avenging his father's death, confronted the weight of his actions. Hecate's spectral form loomed in the background, a reminder that justice is rarely clear-cut. She was the ghostly figure who slipped between the realms of the living and the dead, embodying the moral complexities of revenge. With every heartbeat, the audience could sense her chill, wrapping around their souls like a shroud. But it was Euripides who painted her with a more intimate brush in the Bacchae. Here, Hecate was not merely a figure of vengeance, but a goddess of change and transformation. She whispered to the cursed Agave, caught in a storm of madness and grief, leading her to kill her own son in a tragic frenzy. As the audience sat in rapt silence, they could almost hear Hecate's voice, soothing yet sinister, urging Agave to embrace the wildness within. The tension built like a coiled spring, ready to snap at any moment. The duality of Hecate's nature, the nurturing and the destructive, reflected the chaos that lay in the hearts of men and women alike. In Aeschylus's portrayal, Hecate was a figure of authority, an enforcer of divine law. Her role in the revenge narrative carried the weight of moral judgment. As the audience watched Orestes wrestle with his conscience, they could feel the oppressive weight of destiny closing in around him. Hecate lingered, a silent sentinel, reminding him that the cycle of violence could never truly be escaped. With each decision, the air thrummed with anticipation, a palpable reminder of the consequences of human folly. Euripides, however, saw her with a different lens. He presented Hecate as a companion to the broken and lost, a guide through the darkest nights of the soul. The tragic dance of Agave and her madness was a striking embodiment of Hecate's influence. As Agave tore apart her son, the audience gasped, realizing that they were witnessing not just a murder, but the shattering of a mother's love, twisted by divine intervention. Hecate's laughter echoed in the silence, bittersweet and haunting, as she reveled in the chaos. The two playwrights crafted Hecate with contrasting shades, illustrating how deeply multifaceted she was. Aeschylus emphasized her role as the harbinger of justice, while Euripides showcased her as the unsettling force of chaos. Each portrayal tugged at the heartstrings, sending shivers down the spine. The theater itself felt alive, the very stones pulsing with the energy of the unfolding drama. As they watched these narratives unfold, the audience became entwined in the tension that coursed through every line. The shadows deepened, and the air grew heavy with the scent of impending doom. Hecate stood as a testament to the duality of existence, the interplay of light and darkness, love and hate, order and chaos. Her presence lingered long after the final curtain, a ghost that haunted the minds of all who witnessed her tale. In the silence that followed the performances, the audience was left with an indescribable feeling, a gnawing sensation that something profound had been unleashed. Hecate was not just a character. She was a reflection of the darkest corners of human nature. With every portrayal, she revealed something new, challenging the audience to confront their own fears and desires. The gods may have been immortal, but their emotions were strikingly human, deeply flawed, and achingly real. In the moments after the last lines were spoken, whispers of the audience blended with the rustle of leaves outside. The stage lights dimmed, but the stories of Hecate lived on. vibrating in the hearts of those who witnessed her complexity. They left the amphitheater with her name on their lips, a chilling reminder of the night and the shadows that always lingered just out of sight. As the stars twinkled overhead, casting a silver sheen over the world, the haunting echoes of Hecate's influence rippled through history. In every shadow there was a flicker of her essence, reminding humanity of the thin line between order and chaos, love and madness. The stories by Aeschylus and Euripides were not mere performances. They were a lens through which to view the intricacies of the human experience, drawing forth emotions that could not be easily shaken. And so, the tale of Hecate, the eternal goddess of transformation, continued to weave through the fabric of time, each thread a reminder of the power she held over the hearts of mortals. Her legacy lingered in the murmurs of the night, an endless cycle of emotion, tension, and the lingering question of fate that haunted every soul who dared to tread the path of darkness. In a dimly lit room, shadows dance across the walls as flickering candlelight casts eerie reflections. There stands a statue, carved from dark marble, of a woman with 3 heads, each gazing in a different direction. Her presence radiates a haunting blend of power, mystery, and an unsettling beauty. This is Hecate, the goddess of magic and the night, a figure who has captivated the imagination of artists and worshippers alike for centuries. From ancient Greece to the Renaissance, Hecate's image has morphed and evolved, yet her core essence remains unchanged, a protector and a guide at the crossroads of life and death. Artists have depicted her in myriad ways, each interpretation layered with symbolism that invites viewers to ponder the depths of her significance. She often appears with a torch in each hand, illuminating the dark paths that wanderers might tread. The flames flicker not just with the promise of light, but with the warnings of the unknown. The early portrayals of Hecate are steeped in mystery. In classical artworks, she is frequently shown accompanied by dogs, symbols of loyalty and guardianship. The hounds, with their piercing eyes, seem to watch closely, embodying the vigilance required in the twilight hours when the veil between worlds thins. This connection to dogs is not mere decoration. It speaks to her role as a protector of the lost and the restless souls who wander the night. As time unfolds, the Romans embraced Hecate and her image transformed in their art. Statues from this era often depict her with a more regal flair, adorned in flowing garments that cascade down her figure like dark waves. Here, she embodies both grace and fear, inviting admiration while also evoking a shiver of respect. Her serene yet formidable gaze captures the dual nature of existence, the light of knowledge and the obscurity of the unknown. It's as if she beckons the viewer closer, daring them to confront their own fears and uncertainties. In the Middle Ages, the witch hunts ignited a frenzy that reshaped Hecate's image once more. No longer merely a goddess, she morphed into a figure intertwined with danger and deceit. Artworks began to depict her as a sinister enchantress, often with a sinister grin, surrounded by cauldrons and spectral figures. The shadows grew longer, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. This version of Hecate serves as a reminder of the power of fear and misunderstanding, how easily a figure once revered can be turned into a symbol of dread. Into the Renaissance, a resurgence of interest in classical mythology breathed new life into Hecate. Artists such as Michelangelo and Raphael revisited her, bringing her beauty and complexity back into the light. In their works, she often emerges as a wise figure, standing at the threshold between knowledge and ignorance. Draped in opulent robes, she appears almost as a guardian of knowledge, inviting the viewer to step forward into enlightenment. The shift back toward reverence is palpable, and her multifaceted nature is celebrated in vibrant colors and intricate details. In the 19th century, Hecate finds her way into the hearts and minds of the Romantic artists, who are drawn to her as a symbol of the struggle between nature and the encroaching industrial world. Here she is often portrayed amidst lush landscapes, a powerful figure watching over the land, both nurturing and fierce. The tension is palpable. The viewer can almost feel the wind rustling through the trees, carrying whispers of ancient wisdom and secrets long buried. Hecate becomes a symbol of nature's mysteries, a reminder that the wild and untamed lies just beyond the reach of civilization. The symbolism in Hecate's depictions extends beyond her form. Often, her imagery invokes themes of liminality, thresholds, choices, and transitions. She stands at the crossroads where paths diverge and decisions are made. Artists have captured this essence, portraying her with a solemn expression, urging the observer to consider their own choices. The weight of destiny hangs in the air, and it's impossible to look away from her penetrating gaze. As modern art emerges, Hecate's image continues to resonate, morphing like the shadows she commands. Contemporary artists play with her iconography, blending elements of the past with modern interpretations. Hecate is seen in new lights, a symbol of female empowerment and resilience. She becomes a beacon for those who embrace their own darkness, using it as a source of strength. The once ominous figure transforms into a champion for the misunderstood and the marginalized. Throughout the centuries, artists have wrestled with the complexities of Hecate's character, each brushstroke or chisel mark capturing what words often fail to express. The tension between light and dark, knowledge and ignorance, fear and empowerment is woven into every depiction, creating a narrative rich with emotion and depth. Each piece stands as a testament to the enduring allure of this enigmatic goddess. In every depiction, Hecate continues to whisper secrets to those willing to listen. The flickering of her torches illuminates paths unforeseen, and her watchful presence lingers long after the viewer has turned away. Art and sculpture breathe life into her story, but the true magic lies in the spaces in between, where shadows dance and mysteries thrive. As the candlelight flickers, shadows twist and turn, and the room thickens with emotion. It's as if Hecate herself is drawing closer, inviting the onlookers to confront the choices that lie ahead, to embrace the fear of the unknown, and to understand that in darkness there can be light. The tension lingers, an unseen force, leaving hearts racing and minds swirling, poised on the brink of revelation. Each interpretation a doorway, opening to new dimensions, echoing the timeless dance of fate and free will. The flickering glow of torches cast long shadows across the ancient stones of Athens, where whispers danced like restless spirits in the air. A chill swept through the streets as night fell, and the moon, a pale, watchful eye, hung heavy in the sky. In this world of gods and mortals, where every corner held a mystery and every shadow bore a tale, Hecate, the goddess of magic and the night, loomed larger than life, both revered and feared. In the stillness of the night, a group of locals gathered at the edge of a darkened forest, eyes wide with a mixture of dread and awe. They spoke in hushed tones about the goddess who ruled the crossroads of fate, a being who could bend the very fabric of reality. Hecate was not merely a deity, she was a force of nature, wielding power over the unseen and the unknown. They believed that to invoke her name was to invite both wisdom and peril into their lives. Rumors swirled like autumn leaves about those who had sought her favor and paid dearly for it, their tales filled with both enchantment and horror. Eurydice, a young woman with a fierce spirit, felt the pull of Hecate's power deep inside her. She had always been drawn to the enigmatic shadows and the whispering winds. But tonight, the air crackled with something different, an omen. She clutched a small blackened stone, a token of her hopes, and stepped forward into the unknown. The night was thick with tension as her heart raced, each beat echoing the unspoken fears of those around her. They all knew the stories, of travelers who had gone missing at the crossroads, of lovers who had turned to stone, and of those who dared to tread where the veil between worlds grew thin. As the first howls of wolves pierced the silence, fear washed over the gathered crowd. Hecate was known to roam these woods, a shadowy figure with 3 faces, each one reflecting the essence of the past, present, and future. The goddess represented choices, the dark and light paths that lay ahead, but her gifts were not handed out freely, and those who sought her blessing often faced trials that tested the very core of their being. The air thrummed with a palpable energy. The boundary between their world and Hecate's blurred, igniting a fear that coursed through their veins. In another part of the city, an elderly seer named Callista sat by the flickering fire in her humble home, surrounded by dried herbs and talismans. She had seen the goddess in her visions, a beautiful yet terrifying sight that sent chills down her spine. Callista understood the cultural weight that Hecate carried. She was worshipped as the protector of women and children, yet she was also feared for her connection to the darker aspects of existence. The seer knew that many came to her for guidance, desperate to understand their fates, yet they often left with more questions than answers, their souls intertwined with the goddess's mercurial nature. As the moon reached its zenith, Callista decided to share her knowledge. She feared the moment of reckoning was near. With a trembling hand, she reached for her writing tools, fervently inscribing the traits of Hecate, the triple goddess who embodied the moon's cycles and the mysteries of life. Too many had forgotten the essence of balance. They had dismissed her as merely a figure of fright, but Hecate was wisdom and fear personified, her influence seeping into every aspect of Athenian life from the mundane to the divine. Meanwhile, Eurydice stood alone at the crossroads, the weight of her decision pressing down on her. She could feel the pull of the goddess, sensing the crossroads could lead her to strength or despair. The trees loomed tall and menacing, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, inviting her deeper into Hecate's domain. She hesitated, thoughts racing. What would Hecate demand in return for her favors? Every choice came with a cost, and Eurydice's heart pounded with the realization that she might not be ready to pay it. In the shadows, Hecate's presence became undeniable. A wind swept through the clearing, swirling leaves and damp earth. Ghostly whispers filled the air, promising secrets but warning of consequences. Eurydice felt a shiver of excitement mingled with terror. The stories of those who had interacted with Hecate swam in her mind. The wise men who had gone mad, the brave women who had vanished in search of knowledge. The goddess was a mirror reflecting the darkest corners of the human soul, and Eurydice's own fears bubbled to the surface. Nearby, Callista's voice echoed in the back of her mind, a reminder of what Hecate truly represented. The goddess was a guardian of thresholds, a keeper of secrets, and in her essence lay the ability to navigate the chaos of existence. Eurydice took a breath, glancing one last time at the gathering shadows before stepping forward. Would she embrace the darkness to find her own light, or retreat in fear of what lay beyond? As the night deepened, the tension coiled tighter, threads of fate converging at that very moment. A distant howl resonated through the night, a reminder of the wild and untamed nature of Hecate herself. The stories, the warnings, the prayers, all intertwined, creating a tapestry of emotion and anticipation. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown. Each rustle in the underbrush echoed the inner turmoil of those who stood at the threshold. With each step, Eurydice could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, as though Hecate herself was alive, watching, waiting. Every person in the city, those who feared her and those who sought her, were bound to this moment. They were woven into the same fabric of fate, their lives influenced by the goddess who balanced the scales of life and death, light and shadow. All around her the story of Hecate continued to unfold in whispers and gasps, leaving the air thick with possibility and dread. And as she finally crossed the threshold into the unknown, the world seemed to hold its breath, the chilling promise of Hecate's power poised to reveal itself in ways none could predict. In the flickering light of a dying fire, an ancient village stood cloaked in a heavy mist, the air thick with whispers of the past. Shadows danced upon the walls of weathered homes, each creak and moan telling tales of a world where magic and the supernatural wove through the fabric of everyday life like threads of a colorful tapestry. The villagers, with hearts pounding and eyes wide, believed in the power of the unseen. They spoke of spirits that roamed the woods, of witches who could bend the tides of fortune, and of curses that could chill the blood. It was a place where the line between the natural and the supernatural blurred, where reality often felt more like a dream. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a palpable tension hung in the air. Those who dared to speak about the old ways often did so in hushed tones, casting furtive glances over their shoulders, fearing the judgment of their neighbors. In this world, the very word witch could strike terror into the hearts of men and women alike. In Salem, Massachusetts, not so many centuries ago, the mere suggestion of witchcraft led to hysteria, accusations flying faster than arrows. Neighbors turned against one another, friends became foes, and innocent lives were lost in the frenzy of fear and paranoia. The gallows stood as a grim reminder that societal attitudes could turn dark and violent when faced with the unknown. But fear was not the only response to magic. In ancient Egypt, the pharaohs embraced the supernatural, seeing themselves as divine intermediaries between the gods and mortals. They adorned their tombs with spells and incantations, believing that such magic would grant them safe passage into the afterlife. The pyramids, soaring high against the desert sky, were not only monumental structures but also spellbinding gateways to eternity, rich with symbols and meanings that told of a deep reverence for the mystical. In contrast, in medieval Europe, the rise of Christianity brought about a deep suspicion of anything that smacked of paganism. The witch hunts that swept across the continent were fueled by a fear of the old ways, a desire to eradicate what was seen as a threat to the holy teachings, the infamous Malleus Maleficarum. A manual for identifying and prosecuting witches became a chilling guide, leading to thousands of deaths. The flames that consumed accused witches also scorched the very fabric of society, leaving behind scars that would take generations to heal. Yet, even amidst the flames of persecution, there were those who sought solace in the supernatural. In the shadowy corners of society, healers and wise women practiced their arts in secret, whispering ancient incantations over herbs and potions, their knowledge passed down through generations. They understood the power of belief and the way that faith could manifest itself in miraculous healings. In a world where medicine was often rudimentary at best, these so-called witches were often the last hope for those desperate for relief from suffering. Across distant lands, the attitudes towards magic and the supernatural found different expressions. In West Africa, the practice of vodun, often misunderstood as mere voodoo, was a sacred tradition. The spirits, or LWKO, were revered, and rituals were performed not in fear but in respect and gratitude. Communities gathered, drumming echoed through the night, and the energy of the living intertwined with that of the spirits. Here, magic was not something to be feared. It was a bridge to ancestors, a source of strength and guidance. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, the supernatural was woven into the very fabric of life. From augurs interpreting the will of the gods through bird signs to magicians performing feats of wonder, the Romans had a complex relationship with magic. They believed in the power of charms and spells, yet also imposed strict laws against sorcery that threatened state stability. The coexistence of reverence and wariness painted a complicated picture of societal attitudes towards the supernatural, where both awe and skepticism reigned. As centuries rolled on, the Enlightenment era began to reshape perspectives yet again. Science and reason emerged as powerful forces, challenging the long-held beliefs in magic. The rise of rational thought pushed the supernatural to the fringes, often relegating it to the realm of folklore and fairy tales. But even as the age of reason took hold, echoes of the past lingered. Ghost stories became a popular pastime, and the fascination with the occult flourished in secret societies and salons. People found themselves drawn to the mysteries of life beyond the physical, a yearning for connection that science could not fully satisfy. In modern society, attitudes towards magic and the supernatural continue to evolve. Some dismiss it entirely, viewing it as mere superstition. Others, however, find enchantment in the unexplained, turning to tarot cards, astrology, and rituals as a way to navigate the complexities of life. The rise of the Internet has created a virtual coven, where individuals share experiences and beliefs, seeking community in their fascination with the mystical. As the world becomes increasingly fast-paced and materialistic, many yearn for something more profound, something that speaks to the soul beyond the mundane. But even today, the pendulum swings. The recent resurgence of witchcraft and pagan practices has sparked both interest and backlash. Social media buzzes with stories of empowerment and reclamation, yet some still cling to the age-old fears that once led to persecution. The specter of witch hunts looms large in discussions about women's rights and societal norms, reminding us that the fear of the unknown can still rear its head in the most unexpected ways. As darkness falls and the fire finally sputters out, the village settles into an uneasy silence, each heart beating to the rhythm of ancient fears and long-held beliefs. The stories of magic and the supernatural are more than mere tales. They are reflections of humanity's quest for meaning, connection, and understanding in a world that often feels cold and indifferent. In every whispered incantation and flickering candle flame, there lies a longing for something greater, something that transcends the ordinary, binding us all through the threads of fear, wonder, and hope. In the shrouded corners of ancient mythology, where shadows danced and whispers echoed, Hecate stood as a figure both revered and feared. Her presence flickered like candlelight in the night, drawing in both allies and enemies. She was a goddess of liminal spaces, a guardian of thresholds, and her relationships with other gods painted a vivid tapestry of alliances and rivalries that shaped her essence and influence. Among the pantheon, Hecate found a steadfast ally in Demeter, the goddess of the harvest. Their bond was woven through the trials of loss and the haunting echoes of grief. When Persephone, Demeter's beloved daughter, descended into the underworld, it was Hecate who stood by Demeter's side, guiding her through the darkest nights. Together they searched for Persephone, their hearts heavy with sorrow but their spirits intertwined in the pursuit of hope. Hecate, with her torches held high, illuminated the way through the depths of despair, embodying the unwavering strength of a true friend. Yet, for every bond that blossomed, shadows loomed with adversarial tension. Hades, the lord of the underworld, shared a complex relationship with Hecate. Though he welcomed her presence in his dark domain, a thread of rivalry lingered between them. Hecate's power over the night and magic often overshadowed Hades' claims to the realm of the dead. He ruled with an iron grip, but Hecate danced on the edges of his authority, a fierce spirit who could summon specters and weave enchantments that even he found unsettling. The tension crackled like lightning in the air. Sometimes they were allies, other times they were adversaries in a game of wills that could tilt the balance of power. On the surface, it appeared that Hecate's alliances were born of necessity. However, there were whispers in the winds of the ancient world that spoke of a deeper connection to Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. Sisters in spirit, they shared more than just a kinship. They embodied the duality of life and death, light and dark. Artemis gazed upon the moonlit forests, while Hecate embraced the shadows. Together they roamed the twilight, chasing phantoms and granting sanctuary to lost souls. Their laughter echoed among the trees, a melody that reverberated through the ages, signifying the strength of unity amidst the chaos of the cosmos. However, not all gods were drawn to Hecate's enchanting aura. Zeus, the thunderer, regarded her with a wary eye. The king of the gods was both fascinated and frightened by her powers. Hecate wielded magic that could bend reality, and while he appreciated her ability to navigate the dark, he feared the chaos that could arise if she ever fully unleashed her potential. At times, Zeus would summon her to seek her wisdom or aid, yet he was always careful to keep her at arm's length, for he knew that in the balance of power, even gods could be vulnerable. A haunting connection lingered between Hecate and Persephone, too. As the Maiden of Spring turned Queen of the Underworld, their bond transformed, shifting from one of loss to one of understanding. Hecate became Persephone's trusted advisor, guiding her through the shadows of her new domain. In their quiet moments, they shared wisdom beneath the watchful gaze of the stars. Together, they crafted spells that infused the darkness with the promise of rebirth. Their connection was a fragile web, woven through shared experiences of abandonment and renewal, illustrating the intricate dance of life and death. The tension between these divine figures wove a rich narrative that rippled through the ages. Hecate's power attracted those who sought her favor, yet also drew the ire of jealous deities. Athena, with her wisdom and strategy, viewed Hecate as a rival. Her intellect sparked a rivalry that simmered beneath the surface. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, often felt threatened by Hecate's mystical abilities, fearing that the goddess of magic could unravel her carefully laid plans. Their encounters were charged, fraught with unspoken challenges, a clash of power that echoed through the halls of Olympus. As day turned to night, the tension between allies and adversaries reached a fever pitch. Hecate stood at the crossroads of fate, where paths intertwined and destinies collided. The night breathed with anticipation as gods and mortals alike felt the weight of her influence. Shadows flickered and whispers filled the air, a haunting reminder that in the world of deities, loyalties could shift with the turn of a moment. In the midst of swirling chaos, there were those who sought to exploit Hecate's power. The Titans, ancient beings of immense strength, viewed her as a potential weapon in their ongoing struggle against the Olympians. They approached her with offers of power, seeking to sway her allegiance. Yet Hecate, with her keen intuition, recognized their deceit cloaked in promises. The clash of ideologies echoed as she rebuffed their advances, her resolve solidified by the memory of the bond she forged with her true allies. As the moon hung high in the velvety sky, Hecate's alliances flickered like distant stars, illuminating the complex landscape of her relationships. Allies brought warmth and understanding, while adversaries ignited fierce passions within her. With each encounter, she transformed, a shapeshifter in a world that demanded both light and shadow. The haunting beauty of her existence lay in the duality of her nature, capable of nurturing and destroying, guiding and challenging. Each connection Hecate formed was a thread in a larger tapestry, binding her to the cosmos in ways both profound and mysterious. As she navigated the intricate dance of power, love, and rivalry, the stakes grew higher. The lines between friend and foe blurred, and the air crackled with an electric energy that promised both danger and excitement. In the distance, the winds howled like ancient spirits, heralding the arrival of new challenges. The gods watched, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. Hecate stood unyielding, her heart a tempest of emotions, ready to confront whatever awaited her at the crossroads of fate. The night was alive with possibilities, and as she took a step forward, the world held its breath, sensing that the tale of Hecate was far from over. In the hushed whispers of the night, when shadows stretch long and the air grows thick with the scent of damp earth, a figure cloaked in twilight moves through the landscape. Hecate, the ancient goddess, stands at the crossroads of life and death, her presence a paradox of both fear and comfort. With each step she takes, souls tremble and the very fabric of the night quivers, for she is not just a guardian of the thresholds but a guide for those who wander in the dark, seeking their way home, In times long past, Hecate had her roots entwined with the mysteries of the underworld. Ancient Greeks regarded her as a powerful force, a deity who held sway over magic, the moon, and the unseen. Statues of her, often depicted with three faces, were placed at crossroads and doorways, not just to ward off malevolent spirits but to honor her role as a protector and guide for lost souls. It was said that when the moon hung high and full, her whispers could be heard by those in despair, echoing through the night like a gentle breeze, calling them closer to her embrace. On one particular night, in a small village nestled in the hills of Thessaly, a young woman named Callista felt the weight of grief pressing down upon her. She had recently lost her beloved brother, who had ventured into the unknown and never returned. The villagers spoke in hushed tones of Hecate, the goddess who guided souls to their final resting places. Driven by longing and despair, Callista ventured outside, her heart pounding, the chill of the night wrapping around her like a suffocating shroud. As she wandered to the forest's edge, the trees loomed tall and ominous, their branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. Callista could feel the presence of something otherworldly, a sensation that quickened her pulse and sent shivers down her spine. Lanterns flickered in the distance, casting a soft glow that lured her deeper into the woods. It was there, amid the gnarled roots and whispering leaves, that she first sensed Hecate's presence. The air crackled with energy, and the silhouette of a woman appeared, cloaked in darkness with eyes that glimmered like stars in the void. "Who seeks my guidance?" Hecate's voice was both soothing and commanding, reverberating through the night air, wrapping around Callista like a silken thread. The young woman, trembling, stepped forward, her voice barely a whisper. "I seek my brother. He has not returned." Hecate regarded her, the weight of the centuries resting in her gaze. "Many souls wander, lost between the worlds. His spirit calls to you, but the path is fraught with darkness." A flicker of fear danced in Callista's heart, but alongside that fear was an ember of hope. She had heard tales of how Hecate could guide souls through the underworld, showing them the way when all seemed lost. The goddess raised her hand, revealing a small, flickering flame that danced like a candle in the wind. "Take this light. It will guide you through shadows and lead you to that which you seek." Callista took the flame hesitantly, feeling its warmth seep into her skin, a promise of illumination in the dark. As the night deepened, Callista followed the flickering light. Each step echoed like a heartbeat, resonating with the pulse of the earth beneath her. The world around her shifted, the trees whispering secrets of the past, the night alive with the spirits of those who had come before. Shadows twisted and turned, forming shapes that spoke of loss, love, and longing. She moved through a veil of mist that hung low, the air thick with memories of souls who had walked this path before her. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air, and she heard the distant sounds of sorrowful wails. It was a reminder that she was not alone. Countless souls were adrift, caught between realms, yearning for connection, for resolution. As Callista pressed on, she could feel Hecate's watchful presence beside her, a silent companion guiding her through the labyrinth of despair. At the heart of the forest lay a clearing, bathed in a ghostly light, where the boundary between the living and the dead was thin. Callista stepped into the clearing, the flame in her hand flickering wildly, illuminating the faces of those who had once walked the earth. They reached out with hands that trembled, eyes filled with longing and regret. Callista felt their pain, their stories intertwining with her own as she searched for her brother among the lost. "Brother!" she cried, her voice echoing through the clearing. The shadows danced, swirling around her as if urging her to look deeper. And then, as if summoned by her call, a familiar figure emerged from the haze. Her brother, his face etched with both sorrow and peace. Her heart raced, a desperate hope igniting within her. He reached out, and in that moment time seemed to stand still. "I have missed you," he whispered, his voice a balm to her aching soul. But as she reached for him, the darkness shifted, and Hecate's voice broke through the stillness. "The bond of love transcends even death, but the path is not without sacrifice. Are you willing to face the shadows for his sake?" Callista hesitated, the weight of that choice pressing heavily upon her shoulders. The shadows around her whispered cruel truths, tales of sacrifice and loss. Yet, within her heart, the flicker of hope remained. She nodded, her voice firm. "I will do what it takes." In that vow, she felt Hecate's presence strengthen, the goddess becoming a beacon of courage in the storm of uncertainty. The flames in her hand blazed brighter, illuminating the dark corners of the clearing where the spirits lingered, caught between realms. Callista understood now that her journey was not just about finding her brother, but about embracing the depths of love and loss, about navigating the chthonic ties that bind us to those we cherish. With renewed determination, Callista stepped forward, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. The shadows thickened, swirling around her, but Hecate remained by her side, a steady guide through the chaos. Together, they moved deeper into the labyrinth of souls, where the lines between this world and the next blurred, a space where grief and love coalesced in the haunting dance of the night. As she ventured forward, the whispers of the lost grew louder, a symphony of longing and hope that thrummed in her heart. The echoes of their stories intertwined with her own, creating a tapestry of emotion that promised redemption and connection. Each step brought her closer to her brother, yet farther into the depths of Hecate's realm, a place where souls met and memories intertwined, where the journey for love became the pathway to understanding the true nature of life and death. As twilight fell, the air hung thick with anticipation, a moment suspended between day and night. At the threshold of two paths, a solitary figure stood, heart racing with a mixture of fear and excitement. This was no ordinary crossroads. It was a place where choices were made, where destinies intertwined, and whispers of forgotten gods danced in the cool evening air. Here, at the intersection of life and death, light and shadow, Hecate reigned. Hecate, the ancient goddess of magic and the night, was often depicted as a powerful woman with 3 heads, each gazing in a different direction, symbolizing her dominion over the past, present, and future. To her devotees, she was a source of wisdom and guidance, a protector in dark times. But she was not without her mysteries. The crossroads were her domain, a sacred space where humans could seek her counsel or confront their deepest fears. Histories etched in stone revealed the reverence given to her at these very intersections. In ancient Greece, worshippers would leave offerings, small tokens, food, and even coins at the crossroads, believing that Hecate would intercede on their behalf. Each offering was a plea, a litany of hopes whispered into the night, carried away on the wind. Those who dared to seek her blessing often felt a shiver run through them, an electric thrill as they invoked her name and opened themselves to the unknown. Legends spoke of travelers, lost and bewildered, who found their way again through Hecate's guidance. With the flicker of a candle at the crossroads, she would light the path ahead, illuminating choices that could change the course of their lives forever. It was said that she had the power to reveal hidden truths, to unveil the shadows that cloaked one's fears. For those brave enough to stand at the crossroads, Hecate promised transformation, though not without trials. The crossroads thrummed with energy, a palpable tension that resonated with those who understood its significance. Night had fallen completely, and the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting. A woman, cloaked in dark fabric, approached the crossroads with a heart full of questions. She could feel Hecate's gaze upon her, a presence that sent chills down her spine. As she stepped into the clearing, the air shimmered with expectancy. and the flickering flames of torches danced alongside her as if acknowledging her arrival. With trembling hands, she placed her offerings at the feet of a weathered stone, an ancient marker that had witnessed countless supplications over the ages. The silence was almost deafening. Her heartbeat echoed in her ears as she closed her eyes and offered her prayer. Hecate, guide me. Show me the way. In that moment, time seemed to stretch and bend as the air thickened with magic. She could almost hear the distant echoes of those who had come before her, their voices mingling with her own. Across the expanse of history, the crossroads had been a symbol of duality and choice. It was a space where the sacred and the mundane met. In the ancient city of Athens, a statue of Hecate graced the entryways of homes, a protective talisman against evil spirits. In those times, it was believed that the goddess could traverse the liminal spaces, the thresholds between the known and the unknown. Her presence at the crossroads was a reminder of the perpetual dance between light and dark, life and death. As the woman stood there, the air shifted, swirling around her like a tempest. A low rumble rolled through the ground, a warning, perhaps, or an invitation. The shadows lengthened and deepened, and she sensed that something was about to unfold. The crossroads were alive with the energy of choices yet to be made, paths yet to be walked. Fear gripped her heart, but she held on tightly to her courage. She had come seeking answers, and she would not turn back. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness, the silhouette of Hecate herself. Clad in flowing robes that seemed to absorb the very light around her, she appeared both magnificent and terrifying. The woman's breath caught in her throat. Hecate's eyes glinted with ancient wisdom, reflecting the weight of ages. "What do you seek, child?" Her voice was both soft and commanding, a melody that resonated deep within the soul. "I seek guidance," the woman stammered, feeling small yet bold under the goddess's scrutiny. "I stand at the crossroads, unsure of which path to take." Hecate studied her, the air thick with unspoken possibilities. "Every choice has its price," she whispered, her voice like the rustle of leaves in a forgotten forest. "To choose is to forsake what could have been." The weight of those words hung heavily in the air, reminding the woman that each path chosen was a life unlived, a dream unfulfilled. Yet there was something liberating about that knowledge. In the presence of Hecate, she felt a rush of empowerment. With every choice came the opportunity for growth, for change. "Show me," the woman urged, her voice steadying, determination sparking in her chest. With a wave of her hand, Hecate conjured a vision, the shadows twisting and swirling to reveal a tapestry of paths. Each thread glimmered with potential, intertwining destinies pulling her in different directions. The woman felt the pull of each choice, some bright and hopeful, others dark and daunting. The crossroads swirled with life, each path beckoning her with the promise of transformation. The goddess's gaze softened. "You are not alone in this. The crossroads are not just places of decision, they are also places of power." Hecate stepped closer, and the woman felt warmth radiating from her. "Call upon me whenever you stand at a threshold. I will be your guide." As the vision faded, the air crackled with energy, and the woman felt both exhilarated and overwhelmed. The crossroads, once just a place of uncertainty, now pulsed with the weight of possibility. She took a deep breath, grounding herself in the moment. The past lingered in her memory. The future stretched ahead like an uncharted map, and Hecate stood beside her, a steadfast presence in the twilight. In that sacred space, choices became blessings, paths unfurled like ribbons of fate, and the darkness became a canvas for her to paint the life she desired. The crossroads were alive, a sanctuary where the heart spoke louder than fear, and every decision was a testament to courage. With newfound resolve, she stepped forward, embracing the unknown. The crossroads would always be a part of her, a reminder of her strength and the choices that shaped her destiny. and as she moved ahead, the whispers of Hecate lingered in the air, a promise of guidance and protection. Her heart raced with anticipation, for the journey ahead was just beginning, with the shadows of the crossroads trailing behind her, eager to reveal what lay waiting in the depths of the night. The moon hung high in the night sky, its silvery glow illuminating the dark corners of a forgotten forest, where shadows danced like whispers among the trees. A chill crept through the air, tinged with the scent of earth and mystery, as something ancient stirred within the depths of the human soul. Hecate, the enigmatic goddess of magic, witchcraft, and the unseen, loomed large in the minds of those who dared to tread the line between the known and the unknown. In the flickering candlelight of modern-day rituals, her influence threads through the fabric of contemporary culture, reminding us that she is not merely a relic of the past, but a living force that beckons from the shadows. Artists and writers, spellbound by her essence, paint her with hues of mystery and allure, creating characters and narratives that echo her power. From the bustling streets of urban witchcraft to the quiet confines of suburban homes, her presence is palpable, whispering in the ears of those who seek her wisdom. In literature, Hecate emerges as a symbol of empowerment, her triple form representing the maiden, mother, and crone, a reflection of the cyclical nature of life. In novels that delve into the realms of fantasy and horror, Hecate embodies the duality of existence, guiding protagonists through the darkest nights to find their true selves. Each character who invokes her name feels the tremor of her ancient magic, a connection to the primal forces that govern the universe. On cinema screens, her silhouette haunts the frames of horror films, striking fear and fascination into the hearts of audiences. The witches in these tales, inspired by Hecate, wield their powers with an intoxicating blend of grace and danger. They dance beneath the moonlight, casting spells that resonate with the viewer's deepest fears and desires, forcing them to confront the shadows lurking within. In these moments, Hecate's influence is unmistakable, a reminder that darkness is not to be feared but understood, a part of the human experience that binds us all together. As the world spins into the digital age, Hecate finds new life in online communities, where seekers of knowledge gather to share their stories and practices. Blogs filled with spells, rituals, and reflections on her power connect people from all walks of life, weaving a tapestry of shared beliefs and experiences. Here, Hecate transcends ancient boundaries, inspiring a generation to embrace their inner magic and challenge the status quo. Her whispers echo through social media feeds as hashtags like Lenaku Hecate and Naku Witchcraft weave a modern narrative that honors her legacy. Even in the world of fashion, Hecate's influence can be felt in the trends that embrace the mystical and the darkly romantic. Designers draw inspiration from the ancient goddess, crafting garments that evoke her power, flowing silks and lace that shimmer like moonlight, adorned with symbols of the occult. Women adorned in these pieces walk with confidence, embodying the strength and independence that Hecate represents, each outfit a tribute to the goddess who defied the norms of her time. Video games, too, have not shied away from her magnetic pull. Characters inspired by Hecate populate fantasy realms, wielding magical powers that blur the lines between good and evil. Gamers immerse themselves in quests that challenge their morality, mirroring the choices that Hecate offers: light or darkness, life or death, creation or destruction. With every click and every battle, players navigate a landscape teeming with ethical dilemmas, drawing on the lessons of ancient myth while forging their own destinies. Yet, it is in the quiet corners of the witching hour that Hecate reveals her most profound gifts. In the personal rituals of those who honor her, the air thickens with anticipation. Candles flicker and incense wafts, creating a sacred space where dreams and realities blur. Here, seekers call upon her for guidance, feeling the weight of generations past surge through them, They whisper her name into the ether, inviting her presence, and in those moments, the boundaries of time dissolve. Hecate becomes an ally, a protector, a teacher who guides them through the labyrinth of life with fierce wisdom. Art, too, pays homage to her timeless essence. Painters conjure her image on canvas, capturing the essence of her threefold nature with strokes that pulse with energy. Each brushstroke breathes life into her visage, portraying her as a guardian of the crossroads, where choices are made and paths diverge. Sculptors mold her figure in clay and stone, creating lasting tributes that invite the viewer to reflect on their own journey, contemplating the choices that shape their fate. Even in the realm of the mundane, Hecate's touch lingers. The ritual of lighting candles in celebration or remembrance echoes practices from centuries ago. As flames flicker, they carry the prayers and hopes of those who seek connection with the divine. Each light, a beacon, draws the attention of spirits, invoking Hecate's guidance in moments of uncertainty. She becomes a comforting presence, reminding seekers that they are never alone in their trials. Whispers of her power can be traced in music as well. Composers and musicians weave her essence into melodies that stir the soul and evoke deep emotions. The haunting notes of a violin or the soft strum of a guitar can transport listeners to a place where the veil between worlds is thin. Lyrics speak of love and loss, of darkness and light, capturing the essence of Hecate's realm, that delicate balance where every heartbeat resonates with the pulse of magic. In every corner of popular culture, Hecate lingers, beckoning those who seek to understand the mysteries of life. She stands at the crossroads, a guardian of the past and a guide to the future. Her presence a reminder that magic is not just in the spells we cast, but in the choices we make and the paths we tread. As the shadows lengthen and the moon rises, her influence continues to ripple through the ages, a timeless echo that refuses to fade away. In the dim glow of a flickering torch, shadows danced upon the ancient stone walls, whispering secrets long buried in the fabric of time. It was here, within the crumbling confines of a forgotten temple, that the echoes of Hecate's power could still be felt. A shiver that ran down the spine, a lingering presence that made the air thick with anticipation. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into the night, casting an ethereal light that flickered through the cracks, illuminating the enigmatic figure of the goddess. Hecate, the three-headed mistress of magic and the liminal spaces between worlds, had captured the imagination of poets and scholars alike. In the works of Apollonius of Rhodes and Callimachus, her essence glimmered like a beacon, drawing in those who sought to understand the complexities of her character. She was both feared and revered, a paradox wrapped in layers of myth. To approach her was to dance on the edge of mystery, to tread lightly where shadows beckoned and the unseen thrummed with life. Apollonius, in his epic Argonautica, cast Hecate as a guide and protector, a potent force who wielded the power of the night. When Jason and his band of heroes sought the Golden Fleece, it was Hecate who stood at the crossroads, her presence a solemn reminder of the choices that lay before them. Her divine breath lingered like incense in the air, as she whispered incantations that swayed the fates. The image of the goddess, with her dark robes billowing like storm clouds, was a vivid tapestry woven into the fabric of the journey, a harbinger of both danger and revelation. As the Argonauts sailed into the unknown, Hecate's influence was palpable. On the shores of Colchis, where magic flowed like a river of stars, her spirit was woven into the land itself. Callimachus, in his Hecate, painted a portrait of her as a nurturing deity, entwined with the earth and its mysteries. Here, she was not just a goddess of the night, but a guardian of the moonflowers that unfurled their petals under her watchful gaze. Each flower seemed to pulse with a heartbeat, a reminder of the life that thrived in the darkness she dominated. The streets of ancient cities whispered her name, reverberating in the hearts of those who dared to seek her favor. Offerings were made at altars where flickering flames mirrored the flicker of hope in desperate souls. Hecate's connection to the underworld added to her allure, for she was the keeper of secrets, the one who could traverse the boundaries of life and death. The ancients believed that in her presence one could catch a glimpse of what lay beyond, the curtain that separated the living from the departed. As twilight descended, a sense of urgency filled the air. Apollonius captured this tension beautifully, weaving tales of transformation and despair. His characters, each touched by Hecate's hand, faced choices that weighed heavily upon their souls. The specter of fate loomed large, and every decision rippled through the tapestry of destiny. With her guidance, they navigated through treachery and deceit, her voice a steady beacon amid the turmoil. It was in these moments, when the breath caught in the throat, that her true power became evident. She was not merely a figure in the shadows, but an active force, shaping the lives of those who dared to dream. Callimachus, too, wielded words like a scalpel, dissecting the layers of Hecate's character. In his verses, she was multifaceted, a goddess of the night, a protector of the vulnerable, and a fierce warrior against those who sought to disrupt the natural order. He painted her in strokes of vivid emotion, a mother figure who cradled the lost and the wandering, guiding them back to safety. Yet there was an edge to her compassion, a reminder that to cross her could invite wrath as fierce as her protection was tender. The goddess walked with a grace that belied her power, a presence that could silence the winds and still the seas. As stories unfolded, the line between myth and reality blurred, and her essence seeped into the very veins of those who recited her name. Hecate became a mirror reflecting the deepest fears and desires of humanity, a guardian of the threshold where choices are made, where courage is tested, and where true transformation begins. But there was always a price to pay. The stories told by Apollonius and Callimachus resonated with an underlying tension, a reminder that magic is not without its consequences. To ask for guidance meant accepting the unknown, a leap of faith into the abyss. The characters who sought her blessings were often faced with trials that demanded not just bravery, but an understanding of their own limitations. Hecate, with her watchful eyes and knowing smile, offered her wisdom, but the burden of choice lay firmly on their shoulders. As the last rays of daylight faded, the atmosphere thickened with the weight of unspoken truths. Hecate's laughter echoed through the corridors of time, a haunting melody that both comforted and haunted those who listened. Her stories were never just tales of victory. They were reminders of sacrifice and resilience. In the quiet moments when the air grew still, one could almost hear her whispering, her voice a blend of shadows and light, urging those brave enough to listen to embrace the darkness within and find the spark of illumination that lay waiting. The interplay of light and shadow, the dance of fate and free will, crafted a world where Hecate was both the end and the beginning, the spiral of a journey that never truly concluded. In her presence, time lost its grip, and the boundaries of past, present, and future faded away like mist in the morning sun. The air crackled with the energy of possibility, each heartbeat a reminder that her story intertwined with every soul daring to tread the paths she illuminated. As the night deepened and the torch sputtered against the encroaching darkness, the tales of Hecate lived on, unforgettable, compelling, and eternally entwined with the fabric of existence. Each word spun by Apollonius and Callimachus echoed like a spell, capturing the hearts of listeners, drawing them ever closer to the mystery she represented. The air grew charged with emotion, a palpable sense of longing and fear, each listener caught in the web of her enchantment, waiting breathlessly for the next revelation, the next choice, the next encounter with the goddess who ruled the night. In the dim light of a flickering torch, shadows danced across the ancient stone walls of a theater, a place where emotions ran high and tensions simmered. Here the air was thick with anticipation, a palpable sense of what was to come. The audience, a mix of nobles and common folk, gathered with bated breath as the performers prepared to weave tales both tragic and comedic. Amongst them, a figure watched from the shadows: Hecate, the goddess of magic, ghostly apparitions, and the crossroads. Her presence was both feared and revered, a whisper in the night that promised mystery and danger. Hecate's role in ancient Greek tragedy and comedy was far from idle. She was not simply a character to be invoked. She was the very essence of transformation, the thin veil between life and death, and the harbinger of fate. As the performers took the stage, Hecate's influence crept into their lines, her power igniting a spark in their souls. In the tragedies, she was the dark force that illuminated the depths of human despair. Her presence loomed over the tragic heroes, guiding them toward their inevitable downfall. In the echoing halls of the theater, the audience held their breath as they witnessed the tragic tale of Medea. Hecate was there, lurking in the shadows, a constant reminder of vengeance and betrayal. The moment Medea, heartbroken and furious, called upon Hecate to aid her in a quest for retribution, a chill swept through the crowd. They could feel Hecate's cold grasp tightening around Medea's heart, urging her to commit unthinkable acts. The goddess of witchcraft was not just a passive observer, she was a catalyst, turning the wheel of fate, pushing Medea toward darkness, creating a storm of emotions that left the audience gasping for air. But in the very next scene, the mood shifted like the wind, and laughter erupted in the air. The comedy began, light-hearted yet tinged with the absurdity of life, and somehow Hecate was still there, her presence weaving through the playful banter and slapstick antics. In the works of Aristophanes, her name was invoked in jest, a nod to her mysterious allure. The audience giggled at how the character sought her assistance to concoct potions and charms, blending laughter with the unsettling notion that magic was always a breath away. There was a cleverness in the humor that danced on the edge of fear, reminding everyone that the line between comedy and tragedy was paper-thin. As the comedies unfolded, Hecate's duality became clearer. She was the patron of mischief, and her playful spirit sparked chaos among the characters. In one scene, a bumbling fool clumsily summoned her, hoping to gain wisdom, only to receive a series of hilarious mishaps instead. With Hecate, nothing was ever straightforward. Her gift came with a price, often leading to humorous disasters that left the audience roaring with laughter. Yet, beneath the laughter, the shadows lingered, whispering that all magic, even the light-hearted kind, could turn dark in an instant. The pulse of the theater quickened as another tragedy unfolded. Here comes the haunting tale of Orestes, a young man tormented by his fate. Hecate, the mistress of the night, appeared as a specter, guiding him through his guilt and madness. Her voice, soft yet commanding, echoed in his mind, pushing him toward a choice that would seal his destiny. As he hesitated, the audience felt his torment, the weight of Hecate's influence pressing down upon him like a leaden cloak. They shared his anguish, their hearts racing with every moment of hesitation, every choice he made under her watchful eyes. Spectacular performances brought Hecate's essence to life, each actor embodying her conflicting nature. They portrayed her as both a nurturing figure and a fearful specter. The moonlight that illuminated the path yet also cast ominous shadows. The audience was entranced, hearts pounding as they navigated the complexity of her character. Hecate's presence served as a constant reminder that every action had consequences, that behind every laugh was a thread of sorrow waiting to be pulled. The theater became a sanctuary of emotions, where joy and pain intertwined, guided by Hecate's hand. Even the comedies bore her mark as characters found themselves ensnared in webs of their own making. The clever plots had an undercurrent of despair, an acknowledgement that life was unpredictable, and laughter often hid life's greatest sorrows. The audience felt it deeply, the joyous laughter tinged with melancholy, the bright moments overshadowed by a lingering dread. As the night wore on, the performances began to blur together, a chaotic tapestry woven with threads of laughter and tears. Hecate remained a constant figure, an unseen puppeteer pulling the strings of fate. She was the embodiment of the human experience, the joyous highs and the crushing lows, the laughter that masked deep-seated grief. Each play left the audience feeling a mixture of exhilaration and unease, a reminder that they were merely players in a larger cosmic game. The climax approached, a crescendo of emotions swirling in the air as another tragedy unfolded. The haunting tale of Agamemnon loomed large. Hecate's shadow cast itself over the tragic hero, a presence that intertwined with the themes of sacrifice and revenge. The chilling moment when Clytemnestra invoked Hecate before striking the fatal blow left the audience breathless. They felt her icy fingers gripping their hearts as betrayal and vengeance danced dangerously close. The atmosphere crackled with tension, and all eyes were glued to the stage. Hecate was both the catalyst and the consequence, a reminder that darkness lurked just beneath the surface of human desires. The audience swayed with the rhythm of the narrative, caught in a whirlwind of emotions that left them gasping. Time seemed to stretch, and in that moment, the theater became a living entity, pulsating with the heartbeat of stories untold. Hecate's influence lingered in the air, a haunting reminder of the choices made, the paths taken, and the inevitable end that awaited all. Each tale spun a web of connection, delivering laughter that echoed amidst tears. And just when it seemed the night might draw to a close, the stage transformed once again, shifting into a world where humor and darkness danced in harmony. Hecate's laughter mingled with the echoes of the audience, the line between fear and joy slipping away. They sat on the edge of their seats, captivated, as the stories continued to unfold, the night far from over, with Hecate guiding them through the uncertain paths of laughter and tears, always leading them further into the night. A chilling wind swept through the ancient forest, sending a shiver down the spines of the living. The trees stood like sentinels, their gnarled branches whispering secrets of old. Shadows danced under the pale moonlight, hinting at the presence of something otherworldly, something vital in the stories of the dead. It was here that Hecate, the goddess of magic, witchcraft, and the night, lingered at the crossroads of life and death. In the flickering light of a solitary torch, Hecate emerged, her dark cloak billowing around her. Her eyes, pools of mystery, held centuries of wisdom and sorrow. She was not merely a goddess. She was a guide for lost souls, a guardian of the threshold separating the living from the dead. As the keeper of the underworld, her role was both profound and haunting, steeped in the echoes of ancient rituals and the cries of those who had departed. With every step she took, the ground seemed to pulse beneath her feet, resonating with the energy of the spirits that whispered her name. Hecate's influence seeped into the very fabric of the underworld, where shadows twisted and turned, creating a labyrinth of memories and unfulfilled desires. It was a chilling yet mesmerizing place, where the air was thick with despair and longing, and the weight of history pressed heavily upon the soul. Her presence was summoned in times of need. Those who sought her guidance understood that she walked the line between life and death with a grace that was both beautiful and terrifying. In the dim light of her offerings, fragile candles flickered, and the scent of incense swirled like ethereal smoke, drawing forth the weary spirits. Hecate listened to their stories, each one a heartbeat echoing in the silence of eternity. Cults dedicated to her worship flourished in ancient Greece, where the night was revered as a time of magic and transformation. In secret gatherings, followers would chant her name, invoking her aid to communicate with the dead. They believed she held the keys to the underworld, a power that could unveil the mysteries of life beyond. The air would thicken with anticipation and hearts would race as they awaited her arrival, their eager breaths hanging between fear and hope. Yet, there was darkness in her power. Hecate was not only a protector, she was also a force of reckoning. She understood the fragility of life and the harsh realities of death. To those who abused her gifts, she could unleash the terrors of the underworld. The myths spoke of her vengeance, an unsettling reminder that the dead were not to be trifled with. The echoes of the damned reverberated through time, a haunting reminder of the choices made in life, choices that could seal one's fate. As the moon rose high, her chanting grew louder, resonating through the night. The walls of the underworld trembled as lost souls gathered, drawn to her call. Each spirit bore the weight of their past, their faces etched with sorrow or anger, and Hecate stood in the center, a beacon of understanding. She was their bridge, a glimmer of connection between the world they once knew and the dark reality they now faced. The river Styx flowed nearby, its waters murky and foreboding. Charon, the ferryman, awaited, his skeletal hands gripping the oar as he guided the souls across the treacherous waters. Many souls feared the journey, but Hecate assured them that she would be there, watching over their passage. Her presence infused courage into their hearts, a reminder that, even in death, they were not alone. Her whispers carried promises of peace, of reunion with lost loved ones, a thread of hope in the tapestry of despair. Yet, beneath the surface of this tranquility lay a current of unease. There were those who wandered the shadows, restless and angry, trapped in a limbo of their own making. Hecate sensed their turmoil, the way their voices clawed at the silence, seeking release. They had unfinished business, lives cut short by betrayal or tragedy, and they turned to her for solace. She understood their plight, the way their pain echoed in the underworld, and would often grant them the chance to speak to the living once more, a fleeting moment that could change everything. A chilling tale emerged of a mother who lost her child. Her grief palpable, an ache that sliced through the fabric of existence itself. Hecate felt the weight of that sorrow and agreed to summon the child's spirit. The air crackled with anticipation as the mother poured her heart out, tears streaming down her face, her voice a haunting melody of love and loss. Hecate stood by, the embodiment of compassion as the child appeared, glowing softly in the dim light, their reunion a bittersweet moment suspended in time. But such moments were not without their price. Each interaction with the living pulled at the threads of fate, intertwining destinies in ways that could lead to unforeseen consequences. Hecate was aware that bringing back the voices of the lost could shift the balance, creating ripples through the realms of both the living and the dead. It was a gamble, one that could bring joy or despair, and Hecate treaded carefully through the labyrinth of emotions. Her presence was a dual-edged sword, comforting yet unsettling. To those who revered her, she was a savior, guiding them through the darkness. To those who dared to disrespect the dead or invoke her anger, she became a nightmare, summoning apparitions that haunted their dreams. The stories told around flickering campfires warned of her wrath, tales of those who had crossed her path and paid the ultimate price. Fear mingled with reverence, a dance as old as time. As dawn approached, the veil between worlds began to thin. Hecate prepared to retreat into the shadows, her responsibilities never ending, always balancing the scales of life and death. The whispers of the spirits faded to a hushed murmur, but their stories lingered in the air, a haunting reminder of the ties that bound the living to the dead. In that moment, she was not just a goddess, she was a mother, a protector, a relentless force in a world where the boundaries were as fluid as the waters of the Styx. The moon sank behind the horizon, casting the forest into darkness. Hecate's figure melted into the shadows, a silhouette against the backdrop of the ancient trees. But the echoes of her presence lingered, the lingering promise of her return. The unbroken connection between the living and the dead, a tale waiting to be told. And as the first light of dawn kissed the earth, the stories of the departed began anew, intertwined with the living, forever echoing in the night. Under a shroud of night, shadows danced playfully among the ancient Roman ruins. The moon hung low, casting silver light on cobblestone paths where whispers of forgotten gods echoed through time. Here, amid the crumbling columns and silent statues, the story of Hecate began to intertwine with the lives of the Romans. Her presence was like a chill breeze, both haunting and electrifying, causing the hairs on the back of one's neck to rise. Hecate, the Greek goddess of magic and witchcraft, was not merely a shadow in the background of mythology. She carried with her a sense of foreboding and power that cast a long shadow over the Roman adaptations of their Greek predecessors. As Romans looked upon their pantheon, they recognized the allure of Hecate's dark gifts. They were drawn to her in a way that blended their own traditions with Greek mythology, creating a tapestry woven with threads of mystery and intrigue. The Romans, with their penchant for the dramatic, could not ignore the goddess who ruled the crossroads and the night. They saw her as a protector of the marginalized, those who wandered the night seeking answers, from lost souls to weary travelers. In Hecate, they found a reflection of their own fears and desires, a figure who controlled the boundaries between life and death, light and dark. The tales of her three forms, each representing a different aspect of her power, captured the imagination of poets and playwrights alike. They wrote of her as a guide through the dark, a fierce mother figure who demanded respect and reverence in equal measure. As the Romans adapted these myths, they infused them with a distinct emotional weight. Hecate became not just a goddess of the underworld, but a powerful ally for those seeking knowledge and wisdom. Her magic was both enchanting and terrifying, a stark reminder of the thin line between creation and destruction. The tales of her interactions with mortals were steeped in tension. The choices made under her watch often carried dire consequences. Yet it was this very tension that drew people closer to her lore. The rituals dedicated to Hecate in Rome were fervent, filled with a mix of fear and reverence. On moonlit nights, followers would gather at the crossroads, lighting candles and offering food, invoking her presence in hushed tones. The air would thrum with an electric energy, a palpable sense of anticipation that ignited the spirit. They believed that by honoring her, they could gain insight into their own struggles, a bridge between the seen and unseen. As Roman playwrights spun their tales, Hecate often appeared as an ominous figure, her presence weaving through the fabric of tragedy and comedy alike. In the works of Seneca, she was not just a supporting character but a force to be reckoned with, a reminder of the depths of human emotion and the often painful choices that lie in wait. The very mention of her name could send shivers down the spine, igniting a flame of both fear and fascination. What truly set her apart in Roman culture was how her story echoed the struggles of everyday life. The goddess who once guided Persephone through the underworld now stood as a beacon of hope for those grappling with their own darkness. Hecate's influence seeped into the lives of common people, turning her into a symbol of resilience. As they faced the trials and tribulations of existence, Hecate beckoned them to embrace their fears, to dance with the shadows rather than shy away from them. The Romans' embrace of her myth also transformed Hecate into a symbol of empowerment for women. In a society often defined by rigid roles, she emerged as a figure who defied convention. Women, who found themselves at the edges of society, turned to her as a source of strength and wisdom. They whispered her name in secret, seeking her guidance in matters of love, loss, and ambition. The stories surrounding her became conduits for expressing their own desires, fears, and frustrations, crafting a narrative that resonated deeply within the hearts of those who felt unseen. As the moon waxed and waned, tales of Hecate stirred the imaginations of artists and philosophers. They filled amphitheaters with stories that showcased her duality, a fierce protector and a fearsome adversary. In their narratives, she both granted and withheld power, always reminding those who dared to seek her that magic comes at a price. The audience would sit on the edge of their seats, breathless as the stories unfolded. Every mention of the goddess brought a surge of emotion, a reminder of the thin veil that separates light from darkness. With each adaptation, Hecate's influence grew, weaving through the very fabric of Roman culture. She became a figure who transcended simple mythology, embodying the complexities of human existence. The Romans painted her as a guardian of the night, a keeper of secrets, and a symbol of the deep, unexplainable ties that connect all living beings. Her essence lingered in the air, almost tangible, urging people to confront their own crossroads. And just as the night holds its own mysteries, so too did the stories of Hecate. They were not mere tales of gods and goddesses, but reflections of the struggles that every person faced, whether they walked the grand halls of Rome or the quiet streets of the provinces. Her power thrummed through each narrative, a thread binding them together in an unbroken circle of emotion, tension, and magic. The moonlight flickered, casting shadows that seemed to pulse with life as the stories of Hecate echoed through the hearts of her followers. In their minds, the night was alive, and so was the goddess who ruled it. Every whisper, every tale, drew them deeper into a world where the boundaries between reality and myth blurred, where Hecate reigned supreme, and where every moment held the promise of transformation. In the flickering shadows of a flickering candlelit room, a woman sat hunched over an ancient manuscript, her fingers trembling as they traced the delicate lines of ink. The air was thick with the scent of aged parchment and the weight of forgotten prayers. Hecate, the goddess of magic and mystery, stirred within those pages, her essence alive with the whispers of centuries. She was once a celebrated figure of the night, a guardian of the crossroads and a keeper of the lost. But now, in the post-classical world, Hecate's image began to shift, morphing into something both breathtaking and chilling. As the Middle Ages dawned, the reverence for Hecate dimmed, eclipsed by the rise of Christianity. The goddess, once a symbol of wisdom and strength, became entangled in the webs of fear and superstition. Her image transformed, taking on the guise of a sinister sorceress, a figure lurking in the dark, feared for her connection to the unknown. In the minds of many, she became synonymous with witchcraft, her once illuminating influence twisted into something grotesque. The candle flickered again, echoing the flickering thoughts of the faithful who shunned her, terrified of the very shadows she once commanded. Yet, even as the fires of the Inquisition scorched the land, Hecate found refuge in the hearts of those who dared to remember. She became a muted chant among women gathering in secret, their voices low, weaving spells of protection and strength. The very air crackled with unspoken power as they summoned her name, igniting the embers of hope in a world where darkness threatened to engulf them. Here, in the hiding places of the forgotten, a flicker of her true essence began to emerge like a soft glow through the cracks of a shuttered window. The Renaissance breathed new life into Hecate's image, a powerful transformation fueled by art and intellect. Artists and writers, enchanted by the mysteries of the past, painted her anew. Now, she was not merely the witch of the night. She was the embodiment of wisdom and the protector of the feminine spirit. In the vibrant strokes of paintings and the passionate verses of poetry, she danced through the moonlit skies, her three faces representing the past, present, and future. Like a triumphant phoenix rising from the ashes, Hecate emerged as a celestial figure, bathed in silver light, captivating the hearts of those who dared to believe in magic once more. But this rebirth was not without its struggles. The shadows of ignorance still loomed large, threatening to snuff out the flame of her revival. Among theologians and scholars, debates raged like storms. Was Hecate truly a goddess of enlightenment, or merely a remnant of pagan superstition? The echoes of these conversations filled grand halls where the air was thick with tension. Yet, for every voice that dismissed her, there were countless others who felt the pull of her magic, recognizing the strength she offered to those who stood at the crossroads of their own lives. As the Age of Enlightenment approached, Hecate's image began a slow dance with rationality. No longer solely a figure of magic, she became a symbol of the human journey, embodying the complexities of choice and consequence. The candle on the table flickered again, casting shadows that seemed to sway in time with her evolving narrative. Philosophers pondered her significance, recognizing her as a representation of the duality within us all, the light and the darkness, the hope and the fear. Hecate was no longer merely a goddess, she was a reflection of the human spirit, a reminder that everyone must face their own demons. Yet the modern age welcomed Hecate with open arms, embracing her as a powerful icon in contemporary spirituality. Neo-pagan movements breathed new life into her ancient essence, celebrating her as a force of empowerment for women and a beacon for those seeking their own truths. Rituals were revived, and her name was chanted with reverence, igniting sparks of courage in those who dared to reclaim their identities. Hecate became a source of strength, a matron of the misunderstood, reminding them that their power lay in their ability to navigate the complexities of life. In the soft glow of candlelight, the woman at the desk paused, her heart racing as she felt a connection to the goddess. Hecate was not just a figure from the past. She was alive, pulsating with the energy of every soul that had called upon her strength. The words she penned flowed like liquid silver, capturing the heartbeat of Hecate's evolution through time. The goddess who had been feared, revered, forgotten, and then rediscovered. But even as she wrote, a new wave of tension surged through the room, whispering of what was yet to come. As the world spun through the 20th century and beyond, Hecate's image continued to morph, reflecting the trials and tribulations of society. Feminist movements embraced her once more, placing her in the spotlight as a symbol of empowerment and resilience. Women chanted her name in solidarity, celebrating their strength against the tides of oppression. Yet shadows lingered, reminding them of the struggles still faced in their pursuit of freedom. Hecate stood not just as a figure of empowerment, but as a guardian of their battles, her three faces witnessing the triumphs and tribulations of the women who called upon her. The whispers of anticipation grew louder, echoing through the ages, and the candle flickered one final time, casting a long shadow on the walls. The silhouette of Hecate, cloaked in mystery and strength, ready to step into the next chapter of her story, a story that intertwined with the very fabric of humanity, beckoning to those who dared to confront their own crossroads in the face of uncertainty and fear, urging them to embrace the power that lay both within and beyond the shadows. The moon hung low in the ink-black sky, casting a silvery glow over a village gripped by dread. Shadows danced along the cobblestone streets, whispering secrets of the night. The scent of damp earth mingled with the faint, acrid odor of smoke that curled from the chimneys of homes, too quiet, too still. In this world, fear was as palpable as the chill in the air, and it was inescapable. The villagers had long forgotten the warmth of trust, choosing instead to huddle under the weight of suspicion, casting wary glances toward the edge of the woods. Hecate, the ancient goddess of magic and witchcraft, watched from the shadows, her presence a silent reminder of the power that lay within the darkness. Once revered as a guardian of the night, she now served as a symbol of fear in a time when ignorance thrived. Hecate's name, once carried with pride and whispers of empowerment, had twisted into a curse, a banner under which many would be condemned. It was the late 15th century, a time when the witch hunts ignited across Europe like wildfire. The fear of the unknown churned in the bellies of the pious, urging them to seek out scapegoats in their desperate search for safety. Women, particularly those who dared to stand apart, those with knowledge of herbs, those who spoke against the status quo, those who simply lived alone, found themselves hunted. The Church fueled this frenzy, declaring that those who practiced witchcraft were in league with the devil. In a dimly lit hall, a tribunal of stern-faced men gathered, their eyes cold and calculating. Accusations flew like arrows, piercing the hearts of innocent lives. "She spoke to the moon," one cried, pointing a trembling finger at a woman who had merely gazed skyward in reverence. "She has cursed my crops," another shouted, wrath spilling from his lips like poison. Each word dripped with the venom of hysteria, igniting a mob mentality that left no room for reason. In the corner, a crone sat shackled to the wall, her gnarled hands trembling. Her name was Agnes, and she had spent her days tending to the villagers' ailments with her herbal remedies. Now, she was branded a witch, her knowledge twisted into a weapon against her. The flickering torches cast eerie shadows, and as the tribunal deliberated, whispers of blood and fire filled the air. Agnes's heart raced, a caged bird desperate for freedom as she realized that life as she knew it was slipping away. The hunt for witches was systematic, cruel, and often theatrical. Torture became a tool, a dark art of extraction that brought forth confessions twisted by fear and agony. The infamous witch hunts in Salem constructed a narrative woven from hysteria, fueled by deeply rooted religious fervor and long-standing societal fears. The young girls who first claimed to be afflicted turned the town into a cauldron of paranoia, boiling over with accusations that would lead to the deaths of 20 people, 20 souls lost to a frenzy of fear. As the bonfires crackled and flames leapt into the starless night, the agonizing cries of the condemned echoed through the valleys. "Witch!" they shouted with a conviction that was palpable, their voices mingling with the smoke that curled and twisted like the very souls being devoured. Families turned against each other, friends became foes, all under the shadow of a power that thrived on fear. Even those who had once found solace in Hecate's embrace now turned their backs. The goddess of magic became a specter of terror, and her sacred symbols were trampled underfoot. The moon, her eternal companion, watched with sadness as the world below twisted her gifts into instruments of pain. In the dim light of a flickering candle, a young girl named Eliza sat alone, clutching a tattered book of spells. They were words of healing, of protection, an inheritance from her grandmother who had been lost to the flames. The stories of Hecate whispered to her in the quiet of night, urging her to reclaim the power that had been stripped away. But in the light of day, the villagers' fear was a monster lurking at every corner, ready to consume anyone who dared to seek the truth. Eliza couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows were alive, watching her with hungry eyes. Her heart raced, but a flicker of defiance ignited within her. She would not let the darkness claim her. With each page she turned, she felt the pulse of history beneath her fingertips, connecting her to every witch, every healer, every woman who had ever dared to defy the chains of fear. As darkness fell again, Eliza made a choice. She would step into the night, guided by the fear that had once gripped her but now transformed into a powerful ally. The air crackled with energy as she ventured toward the edge of the woods, each step echoing with the footsteps of those who had come before her. Hecate stirred in the night, her presence undulating through the trees, wrapping around Eliza like a cloak. The woods were alive with unseen eyes, and the moon illuminated a path that felt both treacherous and exhilarating. The whispers of the ancients beckoned her forward, urging her to reclaim the legacy that had been stolen from her. But the shadows held their secrets close, and the echoes of hysteria still lingered in the very air she breathed. What would she find in the heart of darkness? Would she awaken the wrath of the village, or would she find the strength to challenge the tide of fear? As Eliza pressed deeper into the night, the lines between bravery and madness blurred, and the legacy of Hecate unfolded before her, an invitation to confront the haunting specter of the past. And in that moment, the woods seemed to hold their breath, waiting for her next move, pulsating with the promise of revelations yet to come. In the dim glow of flickering candles, shadows danced along the walls, weaving ancient tales of reverence and mystery. At the center of this sacred space, a figure knelt, a devoted follower of Hecate, the goddess who presided over the in-between, the twilight that ushered in night, the threshold where worlds collide. The air was thick with the scent of incense, a heady blend of myrrh and sage, evoking emotions that spiraled through the heart like whispers from another time. The flickering flames cast an eerie light, and as she arranged her offerings, a profound silence enveloped her. The world outside faded, leaving only the connection to something far greater. Hecate was venerated not merely as a goddess but as a beacon of protection and wisdom. Each month, as the dark moon crested the sky, devotees honored her with rituals steeped in tradition and meaning. The offerings varied, yet each held a unique significance. Fresh eggs, symbolizing rebirth and new beginnings, were laid carefully before the altar. Honey, golden and sweet, signified the nurturing aspects of Hecate, while black dogs, believed to be sacred to her, were presented in a solemn rite, representing loyalty and the bond between the earth and the afterlife. As the follower lit a candle, the soft glow illuminated her face, revealing eyes filled with longing and devotion. She whispered prayers, her voice trembling with emotion as she called upon Hecate to guide her through the shadows of her life. The goddess was known to traverse the realms of the living and the dead, a protector in times of uncertainty. These moments of worship felt like a lifeline, a connection to the ancient forces that had shaped humanity's understanding of life's mysteries. Every offering was intentional. As the follower poured a libation of wine upon the earth, she remembered the stories of those who came before her. It was said that offerings of wine to Hecate were a way to communicate with the spirits, a gesture that opened the gates to knowledge hidden within the folds of darkness. The ground absorbed the liquid like a parched throat drinking water, and she felt a shiver run down her spine. Did the earth whisper in response, or was it merely the wind carrying tales of souls long gone? The night deepened, wrapping around the worshipper like a cloak, thick with history and sacred ritual. She recited invocations, her words echoing against the stone walls, a chant that had lingered through the ages. The rhythm of her voice matched the heartbeat of the universe, a silent reminder that she was part of something vast and eternal. Each syllable was a key, unlocking doors to wisdom and strength, a plea for protection against the uncertainties that life often hurled in her direction. As she moved deeper into the ritual, she placed a small pouch of herbs, rosemary for remembrance, chamomile for peace, upon the altar, honoring Hecate's role as a guide through life's tangled paths. The herbs, gathered under the watchful eye of the full moon, carried the energy of the night, lending their power to the goddess. It was believed that Hecate could bridge the gap between the seen and the unseen, a comforting thought for those grappling with loss or searching for clarity. With each flicker of the candlelight, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. She reached for a mirror, an ancient symbol of reflection and truth, setting it before the altar. Hecate was often associated with this potent object, which allowed her followers to glimpse into their own souls, to confront their fears and desires. In that moment, the follower felt the weight of generations, their hopes and dreams resting upon her shoulders. It was a burden, yet also a gift, a chance to connect with the past while forging a path into the unknown. Suddenly, the air shifted, and an electric thrill coursed through the worshipper's veins. It was as though the very presence of Hecate filled the room, wrapping around her like a protective embrace. A chill danced along her skin, a reminder that the goddess dwelled in the in-between, where shadows met light. She could almost hear the whispers of those who had called upon her before, their voices a chorus of strength and wisdom echoing through the ages. Time slipped away as the rituals unfolded. She scattered salt, a purifying element, around the altar, a protective barrier against negativity. In the darkness, she felt the invisible threads connecting her to countless others who had knelt before Hecate, seeking solace and strength. This was more than a ritual. It was a lifeline to the community of souls, woven together by a shared belief in the power of the goddess who watched over them. As the candles burned low, their flames flickering like the heartbeat of the universe, the follower paused. taking a moment to breathe in the sacred space she had created. The weight of her offerings hung in the air, a promise of connection, gratitude, and respect. She closed her eyes, visualizing Hecate's three forms: the maiden, the mother, and the crone, each representing different aspects of a woman's journey through life. It stirred something deep within her, a sense of purpose that transcended the boundaries of time. But even as she felt a wave of calm wash over her, a nagging thought lingered in her mind, a reminder that there were always questions left unanswered, paths yet to traverse. Hecate, in her enigmatic wisdom, beckoned her to continue, to seek, to understand. The candle flames flickered once more, casting elongated shadows that reached out like gentle hands, urging her to step further into the embrace of the goddess. And in that moment, the follower understood. The rituals and offerings were not just acts of devotion. They were invitations to deepen her connection with the divine. They were a method of navigating the shadows that life cast, illuminating her path as she dared to confront the unknown. The presence of Hecate lingered like a whisper in her soul, reminding her that the journey was only beginning, a thread that would weave her destiny with those of countless others who had come before, and those yet to follow. The forest was alive with the whispers of the night, shadows dancing under the glow of the moon. A silver light spilled through the branches, illuminating the path where history and mythology intertwined. Beneath this celestial canopy, Hecate revealed her presence, a figure cloaked in darkness and mystery, yet radiant with the ethereal glow of the lunar cycle. Hecate, the ancient goddess of magic and witchcraft, was not merely a figure in a tale. She was a force of nature, deeply connected to the rhythms of the moon. As the full moon rose high, casting elongated shadows and igniting a flicker of fear and reverence, one could almost hear the echoes of her name whispered among the trees. Each phase of the moon, waxing, full, and waning, told a story intertwined with her essence, a dance of energies that shaped the lives of those who dared to invoke her. In the flickering light of a nearby fire, a group of seekers sat in rapt attention, their faces flickering with the light of the flames. They spoke in hushed tones about the significance of the lunar cycle, each waxing crescent a symbol of birth and new beginnings, a time when dreams took shape and intentions blossomed. The full moon, a powerful manifestation of Hecate's strength, represented culmination and fulfillment. It was during these nights that the veil between worlds thinned, allowing her to guide lost souls and offer wisdom to those who sought her counsel. As they shared stories, the connection between Hecate and the moon pulsed like a heartbeat, resonating with the very fabric of existence. Ancient texts from Greece whispered of her as the guardian of the crossroads, where choices lay heavy and shadows lingered. Each decision, they believed, was a reflection of the lunar phases, the ebb and flow of light guiding them through darkness. The goddess's association with the moon was not mere coincidence. It was etched in the fabric of time. The moon waxed and waned, and with each cycle, Hecate's influence grew stronger. Sacrifices made under the full moon echoed through the ages, as villagers left offerings at her altars, seeking her protection and guidance. They would gather in circles, illuminated by the silvery light, their hearts pounding with anticipation. The rituals were a blend of fear and faith, a reminder that the moon was not just a celestial body but a living entity, entwined with the goddess's spirit. But it was the new moon that held an allure all its own, a time of chaos and uncertainty. In the darkness, where shadows merged and secrets lay buried, Hecate reigned supreme. Here, the world became a canvas for the unknown. Those who dared to summon her were enveloped by a shroud of mystery, their voices trembling in the stillness. The new moon was a time for reflection, for letting go of the past and embracing the void, where potential lingered just out of reach. Legends spoke of witches gathering under the new moon, their hearts alight with dreams and desires. They chanted incantations that rose with the night air, weaving their hopes into the fabric of the universe. It was said that Hecate listened closely, her presence palpable, guiding their intentions with a gentle hand. In that silence, a bond formed between the earthly and the divine, between the seekers and the goddess. As the moon completed its cycle, the story of Hecate unfolded like a tapestry, each thread woven with intention and purpose. The full moon brought clarity, illuminating paths long obscured by doubt. It was during these nights that the heavens seemed to conspire, revealing truths hidden in the shadows. Those brave enough to wield the energies of the full moon found themselves transformed, their spirits ignited with power and insight. The shifting tides of the lunar cycle echoed the struggles and triumphs of humanity. With each new moon, there was a call to shed the old, to step into the light of possibility. Hecate, ever watchful, stood at the crossroads, encouraging her followers to trust their instincts, to embrace the unknown with open hearts. Her magic was the breath of life, a reminder that darkness could be just as nourishing as light. Throughout history, civilizations revered her. Ancient Greece, Rome, and even the distant lands of Egypt sang her praises. Temples dedicated to Hecate flourished, adorned with images of three-faced statues that symbolized her dominion over the past, present, and future. The very essence of her being embodied the cycle of life, birth, death, and rebirth, mirroring the lunar phases that govern the cosmos. Yet the stories of Hecate were not without their shadows. As the tides of time turned, so too did perceptions of her. From revered goddess to feared witch, her image shifted, reflecting humanity's struggle with the unknown. Still, those who understood her connection to the moon saw her as a beacon of hope, a guide through the darkest nights. In the heart of the forest, the air thickened with anticipation as the moon reached its zenith, casting a silver sheen over the land. The seekers felt the pulse of magic thrum around them, an invitation to step deeper into the mysteries. As the night wore on, their voices rose in unison, calling upon Hecate to reveal her secrets, to usher them into a world where the veil was lifted and the moon's song echoed through their souls. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The very fabric of reality stretched and shimmered, and the connection between Hecate and the lunar cycle became a living, breathing entity. As their chants resonated through the trees, the whispers of the past intertwined with the hopes of the present, creating a tapestry woven from dreams and desires. The night was alive, and Hecate was there, watching, waiting, guiding them toward the next phase of their journey, where the boundaries of fear and faith would blur once more. And as the moon began its slow descent, a new understanding dawned. The cycle would continue, the dance would go on, and with it the unbreakable bond between Hecate and the lunar cycle, forever entwined in the hearts of those who dared to seek her out under the watchful light of the moon. In the flickering shadows of a moonlit night, a heavy mist hung thick over an ancient grove where the whispers of the past intertwined with the chill of the present. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a palpable tension that hinted at the power of the moon goddess, Hecate, who stood at the crossroads of magic and mystery. Her presence was both alluring and daunting, a blend of feminine strength and arcane wisdom that beckoned those daring enough to confront their fears. Hecate, the goddess of witchcraft and the night, knew the weight of fear that hung over the feminine divine. In a world where women were often seen as mere vessels, her essence shattered those confines. She was more than just a goddess. She was the embodiment of liberation and fierce independence. With 3 heads representing the maiden, mother, and crone, Hecate wove together the multifaceted nature of femininity. Each face told a story of the struggles and triumphs that women faced throughout history. In ancient Greece, Hecate was both revered and feared. Her magic was whispered about in hushed tones, the kind that sent shivers down the spines of men who sought to control and define her existence. They called her the Queen of Ghosts, the protectress of witches who roamed the night, gathering secrets and strength from the shadows. The very mention of her name could turn merriment into silence, as tales of her dark powers wove through the fabric of society. Power held such an intoxicating allure, and none could deny that Hecate wielded it like a double-edged sword. The power dynamics shifted when women began to align themselves with Hecate. In sacred spaces they chanted her name, lighting candles and offering up prayers. As they gathered in their circle, the energy transformed. The flickering flames illuminated their faces, revealing a fierce determination that had been stifled for too long. They felt her presence surround them, and with it came a rush of adrenaline, a genuine awakening to the strength they had forgotten. Yet with power came suspicion and fear. The witch hunts that swept across Europe sent tremors through the very fabric of communities. Women who dared to embrace their connection with Hecate were hunted, accused of witchcraft, and branded as outcasts. The stakes were high. Whispers turned into shouts, and fear gripped the hearts of those who had once found solace in the feminine divine. Hecate watched over her followers, her heart heavy with the struggles of her kin. She felt their pain, their fear, their longing for acceptance in a world that sought to silence them. In these moments of darkness, the stories of those who walked hand in hand with Hecate became legends. They were women who defied the norms, who dabbled in the forbidden arts, who found their power in the very things that society sought to demonize. As they danced beneath the moon, their bodies swaying in rhythm with the night, they called upon Hecate for guidance. They became warriors of the light, wielding their magic like a shield against the bitter winds of judgment. Among them was a healer, a wise woman named Ilara. Her heart beat in sync with the pulse of the earth, and she drew strength from the herbs and roots she gathered under Hecate's watchful gaze. Yet, as she tended to the sick and the weary, dark clouds gathered overhead. Rumors swirled like autumn leaves caught in a tempest, and Ilara found herself in the crosshairs of fear. She saw the eyes of the townsfolk narrow, the whispers growing louder with each day. They could not fathom the power she held, nor the divine connection she nurtured. One fateful night, a gathering storm mirrored the turmoil in Ilara's heart. The wind howled, rattling the shutters of her small cottage as she prepared for the sacred ritual. She lit the candles, their flickering flames casting ethereal shadows on the walls. With each chant, she called upon Hecate, inviting the goddess into her sacred space. The air thickened, electric with the energy of ancient magic, and Ilara felt a rush of courage surge through her. She was not just a healer, she was a warrior, a vessel for the divine, but the fear that gripped her village could not be subdued easily. As Ilara stood at the altar, the door flew open with a resounding crash. Figures cloaked in darkness stormed in, the very embodiment of fear and prejudice. They shouted accusations, their voices trembling with rage and ignorance. Ilara's heart raced, but her spirit remained unbroken. The whispers of Hecate echoed in her mind, urging her to stand tall, to embrace the power coursing through her veins. In that moment, with the storm raging outside and the shadows closing in, she channeled the strength of the feminine divine. With a voice that trembled but did not falter, she spoke words of defiance, calling upon Hecate to protect her, to empower her. The candles flickered wildly, and a gust of wind burst through the room, scattering the intruders like leaves in a tempest. Fear met its match that night, and Ilara felt the presence of the goddess wrap around her like a cloak. As the townsfolk fled, the storm subsided, leaving a silence heavy with reverence. Ilara had embraced her connection with Hecate, and in doing so, she illuminated a path for others to follow. The power of the feminine divine surged forward, unfurling like a blossom in the dawn. Hecate watched from the shadows, her heart swelling with pride for the women who dared to stand against the tides of fear. As the moon hung high in the sky, casting its silver light, it became clear that the story of Hecate and the feminine divine was far from over. it would continue to weave through the ages, echoing in the hearts of those who sought power in their femininity, defying the darkness that sought to consume them. And so, the night stretched on, alive with the whispers of ancient magic, as the legacy of Hecate flourished, inviting all who dared to confront their fears into a realm of boundless strength and undeniable power. The dance of shadows and light continued, each step resonating with the heartbeat of the earth, forever entwining the stories of women who had learned to wield their magic, embracing their place in the tapestry of existence. In the dusky twilight, shadows stretched like fingers across ancient stones, whispering tales of a goddess whose name danced on the lips of those who dared to tread the thin line between light and darkness. Hecate, the enigmatic figure of Greek mythology, stood at the crossroads of life, death, and the mysteries that lay in between. Her presence lingered over the land like a chilling breeze, stirring the leaves as if nature itself was holding its breath, waiting for the secrets to unfold. From the earliest days, Hecate was revered and feared, a duality that mirrored the human experience. In the ancient texts, she emerged as a guardian of the night, an unwavering protector of those who sought her counsel. There were stories, frightening yet captivating, of her endless journey through the realms of the dead, guiding lost souls with her flickering torches. She was not merely a figure cloaked in shadows. She was a beacon in the dark, illuminating the path for the desperate and the forsaken. As her myths traveled through time, they intertwined with the lives of the people who told them. In the bustling markets of Athens, the air thick with spices and laughter, folk would speak of Hecate with reverence. "Leave an offering at your door," they would say, "a piece of bread, a drop of wine to honor the goddess who walks among us." The gifts were not just tokens. They were lifelines, a way of inviting protection and fortune into their homes from a deity whose power ebbed and flowed like the moon she was often associated with. But her stories were not confined to the sunny plazas of Greece. From the misty highlands of Scotland to the rolling hills of Italy, echoes of Hecate's name found their way into the folklore of countless cultures. In the dimly lit corners of Witchcraft, she became a symbol of empowerment, a patroness of those who dared to practice magic. Her image adorned grimoires, spellbooks filled with the secrets of the arcane, where aspiring witches would scribble her name, hoping to harness her strength. With each stroke of the quill, they called upon her, invoking her spirit to weave their desires into reality. In the flickering candlelight of secret gatherings, Hecate's legend grew. The stories twisted and turned, revealing a complex tapestry of her persona. Some depicted her as a fierce protector of women, while others whispered of her darker side, hinting at the chaos that could be unleashed if she was angered. The ancient world was rife with cautionary tales. The people learned quickly that to invoke Hecate was to tread carefully on sacred ground. Her influence spread like wildfire, and soon she became synonymous with the witching hour, the time when the veil between worlds was thinnest and magic hung heavy in the air. On chilly autumn nights, when the winds howled through the trees, tales of Hecate were shared around flickering campfires. The flames danced like spirits, and the shadows seemed to listen intently as the lore passed from one generation to the next, each storyteller adding their own touch, weaving in personal fears and hopes, transforming the goddess into a living myth. The Romans, too, embraced her essence, adapting her character into their pantheon as they often did with foreign deities. They named her Trivia, the goddess of the crossroads, and built shrines in her honor. The crossroads became sacred places, where travelers would pause, placing offerings at her feet, seeking guidance on their journeys. It was said that to falter at a crossroads was to invite her scrutiny, and many prayed to her to ensure they made the right choices in life. With every tell and retell, Hecate morphed, embodying the thoughts and fears of those who sought her wisdom. She was not just a goddess, but a mirror reflecting the complexities of human nature, the light and the dark, the known and the unknown. As societies evolved, so did their understanding of her, shifting from a figure of fear to one of empowerment. Women looked to her for strength during turbulent times, finding solace in her stories when the world felt too heavy. In the medieval periods, whispers of Hecate seeped into the hearts of those who practiced the craft. The witch hunts that spread like a plague across Europe often targeted those who dared to embrace her teachings. Accused witches were painted as devilish figures, their connection to Hecate twisted into something sinister. Yet, through the flames of persecution, her spirit endured, symbolizing rebellion against oppression and a call for autonomy in a world that sought to silence women. As the winds of change swept through the centuries, Hecate's shadows continued to dance in the corners of society. In the 19th century, as the occult experienced a renaissance, her name echoed in the chambers of spiritualism and the revival of witchcraft. She became a figure of empowerment for the feminist movements, a reminder of the strength found in the feminine divine. Women gathered in circles, their voices rising in chants, invoking her presence, seeking her wisdom as they reclaimed their narrative. Throughout the ages, Hecate's myths remained fluid, adapting to the fears, beliefs, and aspirations of those who told them. The rich tapestry of her story bore witness to the changing tides of culture, shifting from one form to another, but always maintaining the core of who she was, a goddess of transformation, a keeper of secrets, a guide in the dark. As the moon hung high in the night sky, casting a silvery glow over the earth, her name continued to resonate, echoing in the hearts of those who dared to remember. The stories of Hecate were not merely relics of the past. They lived on, pulsating with life, waiting for a new generation to breathe them into existence once again. The boundaries between myth and reality blurred, and as long as the stars twinkled above, Hecate would remain, a timeless force woven into the very fabric of human experience, forever guiding the lost, the curious, and the brave through the labyrinth of existence. A chill hung in the air, thick with the scent of burning incense and the whispered fears of those who dared to tread the ancient paths of fate. In the dim glow of flickering torches, Hecate stood at the crossroads, her three-headed visage a haunting reminder of the choices that lay ahead. A powerful figure in the shadows, she embodied the delicate balance between darkness and light, a guide for lost souls and a harbinger of inevitable consequences. In the world of Greek tragedy, Hecate's presence rippled through the fabric of morality, her essence woven into the very soul of the tales that unfolded on stage. She was more than a mere character. She was a symbol, a living testament to the struggles of humanity. As the audience gripped their seats, hearts pounding, they were drawn into her realm, a place where decisions were laden with weight and every action echoed through time, reverberating with the cries of those who had come before. The stories of the tragic heroes and heroines were steeped in a rich tapestry of fate and free will, and Hecate lingered in the shadows, watching as they navigated their paths. Her duality embodied the struggle within each character, a reminder that morality often walked hand in hand with chaos. In Macbeth, though not a Greek tragedy, her influence is felt strongly. The guilt and ambition that plagued the characters mirrored the ancient lessons she imparted. Every dagger drawn, every soul lost, echoed with her whispers, stirring both terror and fascination in the hearts of the audience. The tragic tale of Medea stands as a powerful testament to Hecate's role in the moral landscape of Greek drama. As Medea wrestled with the torment of betrayal and vengeance, Hecate became her dark muse, urging her to embrace the depths of her fury. The interplay between love and revenge showcased the perilous dance between right and wrong, a delicate balance that Hecate navigated with an eerie grace. Her presence became a mirror reflecting the darkest corners of the human psyche, making the audience question the very nature of morality. In the haunting scenes of the Eumenides, Hecate's influence soared even higher. As Orestes sought redemption and justice, Hecate manifested her power through the Furies, relentless in their pursuit of vengeance. The tension crackled in the theater, the weight of choice heavy in the air. Would Orestes find forgiveness, or would he succumb to the cycle of bloodshed? Hecate was the thread that bound these choices, her spectral form a reminder that justice was not easily gained, and retribution often came at a price. With each tragic tale, Hecate's presence transformed the narratives into cautionary tales, urging the audience to reflect on their own moral compass. Her essence transcended mere storytelling, becoming a moral guide for those who watched, an echo of ancient wisdom reminding them of the battles fought within their own hearts. The flicker of torchlight illuminated the faces of the audience, revealing their rapt attention, their breaths held in a collective gasp as the stories unfolded. A shudder coursed through the crowd as the protagonists faced their fates, and Hecate loomed large, a specter of inevitability. The crossroads she presided over were not just physical spaces but metaphors for the choices that defined existence. Every tragic hero who faltered did so under the weight of her looming presence, a reminder that the pursuit of power and desire often led to ruin. Each moment of hesitation was a testament to her influence, a chilling nod to the choices that could spiral into darkness. The rhythm of the tragedy mirrored the pulsing heartbeat of the audience, as moments of silence gave way to explosive drama. In a world where gods toyed with mortals, Hecate was the unseen hand, guiding the narratives with a subtle yet firm grip. Her influence was felt in the quiet contemplation of the heroes and the anguished cries of the wronged. The audience could almost hear her voice, a whisper that lingered in the air and sent shivers down their spines, urging them to consider their own paths. As the final scene approached, the tension tightened like a noose, the air thick with anticipation. The tragic fates of the characters hung in the balance, suspended between Hecate's guiding hand and their own choices. Her role as the goddess of magic and the unseen world entwined with the moral dilemmas laid bare in the tragedies. The audience felt the weight of her gaze, a reminder that every decision could lead to salvation or doom, illuminating the fragile line between righteousness and ruin. Hecate's haunting presence did not simply serve as a backdrop. She was a force that intertwined with the very essence of the narratives. The tragic heroes fought not just against external foes, but against the shadows of their own hearts, each pulse of their anguish resonating with Hecate's unyielding spirit. As they stumbled toward destiny, the audience was left breathless, caught in the web of emotions that transcended time and space. And there, at the crossroads, Hecate waited, a timeless figure shrouded in mystery and power. The flicker of her torches cast long shadows, each one a reminder of the complex interplay between choice and consequence. The stories of ancient Greece played out like a symphony, each note punctuated by the stark reality of morality, a constant dance between hope and despair, light and dark. It was a relentless cycle, a loop of emotion that would echo through the ages as Hecate embraced her role as the eternal guardian of fate. As the audience experienced the rise and fall of their beloved characters, it became clear that the shadows would always linger, waiting for the next soul to wander into the depths of their own choices. And in that moment, the boundaries of tragedy and morality blurred, leaving everyone breathless under the watchful eyes of Hecate, eternally guiding the destinies of those who dared to tread the darkened paths ahead. The moon hung heavy in the sky, casting a silvery glow that draped the ancient world in an eerie light. In the stillness of the night, whispers of the past echoed through the dimly lit streets of Athens. Shadows twisted and turned in the corners of alleys, where the flicker of oil lamps barely held back the darkness. It was in this cauldron of fear and reverence that Hecate, the goddess of magic and witchcraft, emerged, carrying with her the weight of ancient fears that would ripple through history like a stone dropped in water. Long before the dawn of Christianity, Hecate was worshipped at the crossroads, a place where paths intersected. People believed these crossroads were sacred yet terrifying. They were the liminal spaces where the living met the dead. Every village had its tales of dark encounters, late-night rituals, and the haunting call of the goddess that would send shivers down the spine. As the suffocating silence of the night grew heavier, the stories of Hecate's influence crept into the hearts of those who dared to listen. Hecate, often depicted with three faces, represented the trinity of past, present, and future. Her presence was a reminder that the past was never entirely gone. It lived in the hearts of the fearful. The ancients understood that fear shapes belief. It transforms something as ordinary as a shadow into a whisper of doom. In the flickering light of their torches, they could almost see her, a dark figure with an inscrutable expression, balancing the thin line between life and death. As centuries turned, the early Christians, grappling with their own fears of the unknown, began to absorb Hecate's legacy. They took her attributes and twisted them into something sinister. The goddess of magic became a symbol of witchcraft, a dark reflection of the fear that thrived in the hearts of a new faith struggling for dominance. The concept of the witch hunt was born, a chilling dance of accusation and paranoia fueled by the very essence of fear that Hecate had once evoked. This fear wasn't fabric, it was flesh, seeping through time and shaping beliefs that would take root in every corner of Europe. In isolated villages, under the cover of darkness, the echoes of ancient rites reverberated like the tolling of a distant bell. Women gathered, their voices low and urgent, sharing tales of Hecate's gifts and the magic that flowed through the veins of the earth. Yet, with every whispered incantation came an equal measure of dread. What if the dark goddess chose to turn her back on them? What if the shadows they conjured took form and sought vengeance? The uncertainty was enough to make hearts race and palms sweat. As the witch hunts gained momentum, fear became a weapon. Hecate's once celebrated duality was twisted into a singular, terrifying narrative. The very act of gathering herbs or speaking to the spirits of the woods was now a slippery slope into the abyss. Families turned against each other, fueled by the anxiety that lurked just beneath their skin. The flames of the pyres burned brightly, consuming not just the accused but also the last vestiges of trust within communities. Hecate's legacy morphed into a chilling tale of betrayal, a reminder that fear can turn friends into foes. Across the centuries, her influence continued to shape beliefs in ways that would leave a lasting mark. The imagery of the witch, with her cauldron and her charms, became synonymous with female power, yet it was also steeped in fear. In every fairy tale where a witch lurked in the woods, there lay an echo of Hecate. The story of Hansel and Gretel, lost in a forest of shadows, haunted by a woman with dark intentions, was a retelling of a primordial fear that had roots deep in the psyche. With each retelling, Hecate's presence morphed, shifting from a revered goddess to a harbinger of doom. The tales, spun by firelight in the dead of night, served to reinforce the fears that had taken generations to cultivate. Fear became a thread woven into the fabric of society, entwining with love, loss, and the longing for power. The legacy of Hecate was imprinted on the souls of those who sought to wield magic, but at what cost? As the centuries progressed, the witch hunts came to an end, yet the shadow of Hecate remained. Her complexities were far from erased. In the quiet corners of libraries and the dusty shelves of forgotten tomes, scholars whispered her name, scribbling notes that spoke of her enduring power. Hecate became a figure of fascination and fear, a symbol of the untamed nature of womanhood and the mysteries of the night. In modern times, her legacy has sparked a resurgence of interest in witchcraft and the magical arts, reclaiming her as a figure of empowerment rather than dread. Yet, the ghosts of the past linger, haunting the fringes of society where fear still thrives. The shadows that dance at the edges of consciousness remind people that Hecate's legacy is not just a story of ancient fears. It is a mirror reflecting the very essence of humanity's struggle with the unknown. The stories of Hecate live on, not as mere folklore but as powerful reminders of how ancient fears shape beliefs that endure. They ripple through time, merging with the lives of those who walk the earth, reminding them that every shadow holds a story, and every corner turned could lead to a meeting with the divine or the dreadful. The night stretches on, a tapestry woven with the threads of belief and fear, inviting the curious to glimpse what lies beyond the veil, always pulling them deeper into the shadows where Hecate awaits. In the dim light of a flickering torch, shadows danced upon the ancient walls of a temple dedicated to Hecate, the goddess who held the keys to the mysteries of fate and the unseen. Whispers floated through the air, charged with a blend of reverence and fear. Her presence was palpable, a haunting reminder that the strings of life were woven by hands unseen, tangled in the web of destiny. Hecate stood at the crossroads, a figure cloaked in midnight, her three faces turned toward the past, present, and future. Each face held a story etched in sorrow and wisdom, embodying the profound complexities of fate. The moon cast an eerie glow on her, illuminating the sharp features that told of her power and the respect she commanded. To the ancients, she was not just a goddess. She was the bearer of fate's heavy burden. The early Greeks understood that life was a delicate tapestry, intricately woven by the fates, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos. Clotho spun the thread of life, Lachesis measured its length, and Atropos wielded the scissors that would cut it. Yet Hecate, with her enigmatic nature, was often seen as an intermediary, a guide through the shadows of existence. Her connection to the night breathed life into the notion that fate was not merely a predetermined path but a labyrinth filled with choices and consequences. Tension filled the air as a young hero named Theseus approached her sacred grove. He had come seeking wisdom, his heart pounding with anticipation and dread. The weight of his fate pressed heavily upon him. A promise of glory entwined with the threat of despair. As he stepped into the grove, the trees whispered secrets of the past, their gnarled branches reaching out as if to ensnare his very soul. The moonlight glinted off the silvered leaves, casting a spell that pulled him deeper into the woods. In that sacred space, Theseus encountered Hecate. Her three faces regarded him with a mix of compassion and detachment. "What do you seek, brave one?" Her voices echoed, each tone a melody of hope and warning. He felt the urge to spill his heart, to lay bare his fears and desires, but the weight of her gaze held him captive. The stories of those who had come before him hung in the air, a chorus of triumphs and tragedies, each thread part of the intricate design of fate. "Will I find glory?" Theseus asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The question hung in the air, thick with longing. Hecate's faces shifted, reflecting the turmoil of his spirit. Glory was a fickle companion, one that could slip through a hero's fingers like grains of sand. Yet there was an undercurrent of hope, a spark that ignited the air around them. Hecate knew the paths that lay before him, each one littered with choices that would shape his destiny. As if in answer to his plea, the ground quaked, and a vision unraveled before him. He saw himself standing atop a hill, crowned in laurel, surrounded by the adoration of the people. But the scene twisted, darkened, and morphed into one of despair. Bloodied and battle-weary, he lay alone, forgotten amidst the echoes of his past decisions. The images swirled, a reminder that fate was a double-edged sword, and every choice carried the weight of consequence. Tears brimmed in Theseus's eyes, a mixture of sorrow and understanding. Hecate, sensing his turmoil, extended her hand, a gesture of both comfort and warning. "Know this, brave one, your path is yours to forge, but the threads of fate will pull you in ways you cannot foresee." Her words wrapped around him, a shroud of both dread and determination. The tension heightened as Theseus felt the pull of destiny tighten around him, an invisible noose that promised both glory and ruin. Would he be the master of his fate, or merely a pawn in a game played by the gods? Hecate's eyes gleamed with an otherworldly light, flickering like the torchlight that illuminated the darkness. In that moment, he understood that the fear of the unknown was part of the journey. It was a test of courage and resolve. Suddenly, the grove transformed, shadows twisting into frightening shapes that reached out to him, threatening to engulf his spirit. Heart racing, Theseus stood firm, glancing back at Hecate, who remained a steadfast sentinel against the encroaching darkness. Her presence was a reminder that even in the face of uncertainty, he was not alone. The mingling scents of earth and damp leaves filled his lungs, grounding him in the moment as he braced against the storm within. A shiver ran down his spine as he thought of the choices ahead. Each step could lead to glory, or it could unravel him entirely. The weight of his lineage pressed down on him, a constant reminder of the legends that came before him. Heroes were expected to triumph, to conquer their destinies, yet the truth was more tangled. Hecate, with her three faces, embodied the duality of fate, the promise of triumph intertwined with the specter of failure. As the vision faded, the grove fell silent, leaving only the sound of his breathing and the distant rustle of leaves. Theseus knew his time with Hecate was drawing to a close, yet her influence lingered like a ghostly echo. He felt empowered and fragile all at once, the burning desire to carve out his own path battling the weight of predetermined fate. "Choose wisely," Hecate said, her voice resonating in the stillness, a haunting melody that would follow him into the depths of his journey. Her three faces turned away, each one a reflection of the choices and challenges that lay ahead. As he stepped back from the sacred grove, a chill swept through the air, a reminder that the threads of fate were already weaving his story, each moment a stitch in the fabric of his existence. The world outside awaited, a vast canvas filled with colors of hope, sorrow, and the endless possibilities that fate could bring. Yet, even as he ventured forth, the shadows of the grove lingered in his mind, whispering of the choices yet to come, the paths waiting to be taken, each one a thread binding him to the goddess who understood the delicate dance of destiny. In the quiet corners of ancient Greece, where shadows danced under the pale light of the moon, there was a figure whose very presence evoked both fear and reverence. Hecate, the enigmatic goddess of magic, ghosts, and the night, stood at the crossroads of mortals and the divine, her three faces gazing into the depths of existence. She was not merely a goddess, but a powerful symbol of the intertwining of philosophy and myth, a living embodiment of the questions that would echo through the corridors of time. A traveler wandered through the dimly lit streets of a forgotten village. The air was thick with an unsettling energy, the kind that tugs at the edges of consciousness, making the heart race with anticipation and dread. As he passed an old stone temple, he felt an inexplicable shiver run down his spine, a whisper of something ancient, something wise. The flickering of candlelight illuminated a statue of Hecate, standing sentinel, her eyes glimmering with a knowing that transcended the ages. Here, in this sacred space, the lines between reality and myth blurred, inviting the curious and the courageous to seek the truth hidden in the shadows. Philosophers of old pondered the mysteries of existence, driven by an insatiable desire to understand life, death, and everything in between. Hecate's essence wove through their thoughts like an intricate tapestry. Plato spoke of the soul's journey through darkness and light, echoing Hecate's dual nature as the guide through the night. He wrote of a tripartite soul, mirroring Hecate's three forms: the maiden, the mother, and the crone. Each aspect held wisdom and power, each revealing the complexity of human experience. As the traveler lingered by the temple, the wind carried with it the faint echoes of Socratic dialogues. The air crackled with the weight of unanswered questions, and he could almost hear the ancient philosophers grappling with the nature of truth, existence, and the divine. Hecate, in her infinite wisdom, was the keeper of those truths, standing at the threshold of knowledge and ignorance, illuminating the paths for those brave enough to seek their own understanding. The traveler's heart raced with the realization that Hecate was more than a myth. She was an idea, a thought, a manifestation of the human condition itself. In her presence, one felt the pull of the unknown, the fear of death and the allure of the afterlife. The stories told of her, woven through history, spoke of her as a protector and a guide, a dark beauty who understood the struggles of the soul. In a world filled with uncertainty, she offered a flicker of hope, a light at the end of a long, winding tunnel. A sudden chill swept through the night, causing the traveler to shudder. The temple felt alive, pulsating with energy, as if Hecate herself were drawing closer. He could almost see her, cloaked in shadows, her voice a soft whisper carried by the wind, reminding him of the power of choice at the crossroads of life. Each choice, each moment of hesitation, was a step into the unknown, a dance with destiny. The ancient Greeks revered her for this very reason, understanding that every decision was laden with consequences, both seen and unseen. As dawn approached, the golden light began to break through the darkness, illuminating the statue of Hecate. The traveler felt an overwhelming sense of connection, as if the very essence of the goddess flowed through his veins. He thought of the Neoplatonists who embraced Hecate as a bridge between the material and the spiritual, a powerful figure who resonated with the divine intellect. They saw her as the embodiment of the cosmic order, a reminder that all things were interconnected, that the mysteries of life were waiting to be unveiled. With each passing moment, the temple seemed to breathe and the air shimmered with potential. The traveler felt an urge to reach out, to touch the cool stone, to feel the power that radiated from Hecate. In that instant, he understood that she was not just a relic of the past, but a living force, a timeless reminder of the struggles and triumphs of humanity. The tension in the air intensified, and he closed his eyes, surrendering to the overwhelming sensation that enveloped him. In that sacred space, time stood still. The clash of ideas, the weight of history, and the whispers of myth converged, creating a symphony of thought that resonated within him. Hecate's presence was a call to engage with the unknown, to face the darkness within, and to embrace the light that comes from understanding one's own journey. The boundaries of life and death, knowledge and ignorance began to dissolve, leaving behind only the raw, unfiltered experience of existence. As the sun's first rays kissed the horizon, the traveler opened his eyes, a newfound clarity washing over him. He understood that Hecate was a guide not just for the dead, but for the living, a figure who challenged the very nature of reality and perception. Her laughter echoed in the depths of his mind, a playful reminder that wisdom often lies in the most unexpected places, that the path to enlightenment is fraught with uncertainty, but it is a path worth traversing. In that moment, he realized he was not alone. The voices of countless seekers echoed through time, each grappling with their own crossroads, their own choices. Hecate was with them, a beacon of hope and a whisper of caution, urging them to face their fears and embrace their truths. The traveler stepped back, feeling the weight of her presence, a powerful reminder of the tension that exists between belief and skepticism, myth and reality. As he walked away from the temple, the lingering energy of Hecate wrapped around him like a shroud, hinting at the next chapter of his journey. The shadows danced at the edges of his vision, and he knew that the intersection of philosophy and myth was not a destination, but a continuing exploration, an eternal quest for understanding that would lead him to places he had yet to imagine. The boundaries of thought expanded, and the questions that had once seemed daunting now sparkled with possibility, guiding him through a world that remained ever mysterious, ever inviting. In a dimly lit chamber where shadows danced in flickering candlelight, a figure cloaked in midnight black stood at a crossroads of worlds. Hecate, the ancient goddess of magic and witchcraft, held her torch high, illuminating the dark alleys of human fear. Her presence was both haunting and majestic, embodying the mysteries that lay beyond the veil of the known. For centuries, she had been a symbol of power, a guardian of thresholds, and a keeper of secrets that made hearts race and minds tremble. Yet, as time marched forward, the narrative surrounding her shifted into a realm infused with fear and misunderstanding. As Christianity began to seep into the ancient landscapes of Europe, a transformation unfolded. The goddess who once commanded respect was slowly painted in strokes of dread. Hecate was no longer a figure of wisdom. She became synonymous with the unknown and the uncanny. Her name whispered in hushed tones, often linked to dark arts and sinister rituals, evoking a shiver down the spine of the faithful. The Church seized upon these fears, weaving her image into the fabric of their teachings, a stark contrast to her earlier significance. In the flicker of a fire's glow, tales of Hecate morphed into tales of witches and evil spirits. The power she once offered was twisted into a cautionary tale, a way to control and manipulate the hearts of the people. Fear blossomed like a twisted vine, ensnaring minds and souls, leading many to believe that her presence heralded doom. But there, amidst the shadows and fears, lay the seeds of transformation. In the early days of Christianity, when cathedrals rose like giants over the land, Hecate's essence began to be reinterpreted. Her threefold nature, maiden, mother, and crone, was reimagined in the light of the Holy Trinity, a symbol of the complexity of womanhood and wisdom. The Church sought to redefine the narrative, and in the process, Hecate became a mirror reflecting both fear and empowerment. The fear that once gripped her followers now began to fuel a deeper understanding of the duality of existence, the balance of light and dark, good and evil. Amidst the whispers of her name, an understanding began to emerge. Fear was not simply to be avoided, but confronted. In the stories that trickled through the ages, courage was born out of facing the shadows. People came to realize that Hecate was not merely a figure of night and darkness, but a guide through the shadows, an embodiment of the strength found in vulnerability. She taught her followers that even in fear, there could be transformation. In the late medieval period, when the witch hunts ravaged Europe, Hecate's image became even more complicated. Fear had taken root in the hearts of many, leading to a frenzy of accusation and violence. Yet, her symbol, the key, emerged as a beacon of hope. It represented the unlocking of deeper truths, the understanding that fear could lead to enlightenment. Those who sought her wisdom learned to embrace the darkness, finding strength within themselves. Hecate, once feared, became a silent ally, helping to illuminate paths hidden in shadows. The energy surrounding her name began to shift once more in the Renaissance. Artists and scholars, fueled by an insatiable curiosity, began to reclaim Hecate's narrative. They infused her stories with richness and depth, portraying her not as a figure of dread, but as a wise, complex deity who understood the human condition. This transformation resonated with many, echoing in the hearts of those who were weary of simply accepting fear as a way of life. Hecate became a symbol of resilience, a reminder that the darkest nights could give birth to the brightest dawns. As the Reformation swept through Europe, Hecate's legacy took on new meaning. The Church's grip on fear began to loosen, allowing individuals to connect with the divine on their own terms. Here, Hecate emerged not just as a figure of the occult but as a bridge between the worlds, a facilitator of spiritual awakening. Those who once saw her as a threat now turned to her for guidance, discovering that in her complexities lay the very essence of transformation. In the quiet corners of humanity's journey, Hecate's name began to evoke not just fear, but a call to courage. People shared stories of empowerment and liberation, transforming the old tales into lessons of strength. As night fell, circles gathered, not to condemn, but to celebrate the mysteries that Hecate embodied. Candles flickered in honor of her, and her name was invoked not in fear, but in reverence. Deep within human hearts, the shadows were no longer something to be feared, but something to understand. With every passing century, Hecate's influence ebbed and flowed, but one thing remained constant. She was both the keeper of secrets and the liberator from fear. Her presence lingered in whispers, in the rustling of leaves, in the quiet understanding that every darkness could give way to light. In the tapestry of human experience, Hecate became a symbol of the eternal struggle between fear and courage, a reminder that transformation often dwells in the deepest shadows. As night kissed the earth once more, the dance between Hecate and the fear that once defined her continued to evolve. The flickering candlelight revealed not just darkness but the potential for awakening. In those moments, as hearts raced with anticipation, the story of Hecate intertwined with the narratives of countless souls, forever binding them to the cycles of fear and transformation. The journey pressed on, never truly ending but always inviting, echoing in the chambers of the heart like a haunting melody, a call to confront, to embrace, and to transform. In the flickering light of a midnight candle, a figure cloaked in shadows stands at the crossroads where three paths intertwine in the stillness of the night. This is no ordinary crossroads, but a sacred space where choices are made, destinies are altered, and the whispers of ancient gods linger in the air. It is here that Hecate, the goddess of magic, witchcraft, and the unseen realms, casts her timeless spell, weaving her influence through the fabric of modern spirituality and culture. Hecate's presence is not just a relic of the past. It is a living, breathing force that pulses through the hearts and minds of countless individuals seeking guidance in a chaotic world. The flickering flames of candles dedicated to her illuminate the dark corners of personal struggles and collective fears. The ritual of lighting a candle in her honor, the soft chant of her name on the lips of those yearning for empowerment. These small acts echo across the ages, binding contemporary seekers to a tradition that stretches back to ancient Greece. The history of Hecate is rich with stories of power and complexity. She emerged from the shadows of mythology in the realm of the Titans, a daughter of Perses and Asteria, embodying the essence of magic and transformation. In the ancient world, she was revered as a protector of women during childbirth and a guide for souls traversing the realms of the dead. Her three faces, each gazing down a different path, symbolize not only choice but also the multifaceted nature of existence itself. Today, her influence can be felt in the resurgence of witchcraft, neo-paganism, and feminist spirituality, where the ancient goddess embodies strength and wisdom. In modern times, symbols associated with Hecate, a key, a torch, and the moon, have found their way into the mundane lives of those who seek to channel her energy. A simple key on a necklace becomes a talisman of protection, while moon rituals connect individuals with the divine cycles of nature. Her image, often depicted as a powerful woman with three heads, stirs feelings of empowerment, a reminder that within each person lies the strength to navigate life's crossroads. Hecate's enduring relevance is not limited to spiritual practices alone. She lives in the cultural zeitgeist, too. From literature to films, her essence haunts the pages and frames of modern storytelling. In the shadows of contemporary works, her influence can be seen in the portrayal of witches, magic, and the mystical. Stories that explore the duality of light and dark resonate with her legacy, reminding us that every person carries both shadows and light within them. The impact of Hecate reaches deep into the rituals of modern witchcraft, practices that have reclaimed ideas of femininity and empowerment. Women, once silenced by centuries of oppression, are now gathering in circles to honor her, to share their truths, and to seek her guidance. The rebirth of witchcraft, with its chants and spells, its herbs and potions, is a powerful act of defiance against a society that often seeks to diminish the feminine spirit. Hecate stands as a luminous beacon amidst this revival, reminding seekers that the power to create, destroy, and transform is theirs for the taking. Each full moon brings forth gatherings where candles are lit, intentions are set, and the energy of Hecate is summoned. Participants often feel a shiver run down their spine as they call upon her name, connecting with the goddess who has guided countless souls through the ages. The atmosphere crackles with anticipation, the air thick with the scent of herbs and incense, as stories of empowerment are shared under the watchful gaze of the moon. But even in the vibrant rituals, the shadows linger. Hecate embodies the darker aspects of life, the fears we hide, the pain we bury, and the secrets we keep. Her call to face these truths can be daunting. The journey of empowerment is often fraught with unease, the path winding and twisted. The very act of confronting one's darkness can bring tears, but it can also forge an unbreakable spirit. With Hecate as a guide, seekers learn that acknowledging their shadows is not a sign of weakness, but a step toward wholeness. In the quiet moments of introspection, when the world fades away and all that remains is the flicker of a candle, Hecate's voice whispers encouragement. She reminds individuals that they are not alone on their journey. The stories of the many who have invoked her name intertwine, creating an invisible tapestry of shared experience. Each thread carries a unique story of struggle and triumph, woven together by the common bond of seeking. In art, Hecate's influence breathes life into the canvas, inspiring countless artists to explore themes of magic, transformation, and the unseen dimensions of existence. Each brush stroke becomes a tribute to her essence, capturing the dichotomy of light and dark in vivid colors. The viewer, standing before these masterpieces, is invited to confront their own fears and embrace their own power, a dialogue between the artist, the goddess, and the observer. As the moon waxes and wanes, Hecate's presence remains a constant in the lives of those who dare to walk the path of the unknown. She is a reminder that every ending is but a new beginning, every fear a door waiting to be opened. As seekers light their candles and whisper her name, they embrace the mystery of existence, acknowledging that true power lies in the acceptance of both light and shadow. At the crossroads, where all paths converge, Hecate stands, waiting. Her torch casts light on the choices that lie ahead, illuminating the way for those brave enough to step forward. The whispers of her name linger in the air, echoing through time and space, an eternal reminder of the bond between the past and the present. The journey of those who honor her is one of resilience, strength, and unwavering courage, a testament to the enduring impact of Hecate on modern spirituality and culture. The candle flickers, the shadows dance, and in that moment of silence the world feels alive with possibility, as Hecate's legacy stretches far beyond the confines of history, intertwining with the very essence of those who dare to listen.